bear with me a second while everything catches up with the fact that I just hammered like 6 buttons back to back here. Just bear with the fact that I might have upset my entire setup for a second there. Everything's fine. Just push all the buttons. Anyway, welcome to Diplomacy is Not an Option. As you can gather from the title, once again this is a key I was given through Lurkit, and this is actually yet again a preview build, ironically enough. In this case it is... I think this is a preview of 1.0. They only told me it was a preview build, and they were talking about their 1.0 in the Lurkit page, so presumably context clues makes that a preview of 1.0. Doesn't have anything on screen to tell me that, so I can't guarantee that. Point being, this is not the same build that is currently out and available. This game is, however, open and available to be purchased in early access right now. And the price will be going up when they go 1.0. They did give me that much information. Now, the main thing that was mentioned in my notes for this was that the main difference was going to be in the campaign. So we will be focusing on that today. The promised treasures of an unwelcoming continent. Wake-up call. Your grandfather, Sir Duncan Ironbow, was a true war hero. In the battle for the independence of Semrenignia, he chopped 15 Inverland knights and bit off the ear of another. For that, at Queen Sybil the Carefree granted him a fief and the title of nobility. The fief has been in a poor place even under your grandfather, yet your father left it much of it desolated, especially the wine cellar. When he broke his neck while hunting deer, your reign began. Being young, you wanted to become famous, but after 16 years of peaceful life in the middle of nowhere, you left those dreams behind. After all, unlike many, you already have a glorious bloodline and a castle. We'll go ahead and go in the middle here for difficulty. If this proves to be a mistake, we can always back down to walk in a park, but I have played a decent amount of this style of game before. I do think this is the first time I'm streaming a game of this style, but I do have an idea what I'm doing, and I have played this a little bit in advance to make sure I had a decent idea of the mechanics. Keyword to that being a decent idea. Oh hey, there's actually cutscenes. Neat. Sad vegetable eating. Sad staring at wall. Nothing's happening in this damn thief. Who dares knock on my door? Yes? What is it? Just staring at me. Oh good, you want new curtains. Here. This bag should do it. Okay, fine, this bag too. And there goes the third bag. Couldn't you have just said that in the first place? That's how you know your life's exciting, when you're counting birds. Well, that was different. It's nap time. Call me later. Oh, that's who fell past my window. Okay. Well, there's plenty of people out there, I'm sure. Oh, we have to pay for that? Okay. Guess that's a thing we're doing now. I could do with just an entire chicken all to myself on days like this. Just really can't even buy a break in this kingdom, can I? Didn't even let him finish. It's like, no, take this bag, get the hell out of my life. We're learning a lot about the habits of the local birds.
Alle pisdra maragundru.
Well, that could be bad news.
Zozo pupulta.
Is it my taxes or the kingdom's taxes?
Dra baradenden hanihunia.
What?
Apupiti beredildi.
So you're saying the citizens are holding out on us?
Carapampiscu marambendre. Caradennu romanistra manatettare.
So you're saying there's a crowd of corpses on their way. Got it. We can make that happen. Repulse all enemy attacks, 0 to 4, kill all the rebels in the valley, otherwise they will join the final attacking wave. April 28th, 1491. The fire of peasant rebellion suddenly broke out in my fief. The mob wants me, my family, and anyone else in any way connected with the royalty dead. A mob of armed peasants is heading for my castle, ravaging everything their dirty rakes can reach. Okay, so what do we got to work with at the start here? Some trees, one bit of stone, some fish. Woodcart, okay, I can work with that. Looks like... yeah, we got 4 swordsmen, 4 archers, and a catapult. At least they gave me a catapult, you know. I'm happy enough to have one of those. Oh, and there's some stone over here, too. And some berries. Okay. Now, I'm not gonna sit here and explain things too hard, because most of it's gonna make itself fairly apparent as I'm going. If people have questions, by all means, but most of it's pretty self-explanatory for this type of game. So I'm just gonna roll forward here. I do have time paused while I get my brain in gear, of course. Oh, there's actually a lot of berries in there. Go ahead and jam a berry picker in over here. You will have to walk everything to the castle at the moment, but that's fine. I'd rather have too much food than not enough at the moment, even though that is going to potentially waste some of the food that's on the map, but we can work that out. So, okay, we are going to be able to get access to farms, so this is fine. My only concern was whether they were actually going to let me access farms in the early stages of the campaign. As it turns out, yes, they will. And you know what, just jam the builders' huts in over here. I'm going to go ahead and make a couple of them early so that I have more builders to get things done faster. It's going to short us for worker... My lord, for the first time in history, your castle will be stormed, and if we are to tell anyone what it was like, I would advise you to make some steps. Yeah, you know, being able to tell people how the siege of our castle went kind of involves us surviving the siege, huh? That would be kind of important to this kind of endeavor. We do have a little bit of magic on our side. This is universally available to you. You always start with the ability to summon some Dark Knights temporarily, which is always nice. I have not used the other 3 spells at all in the bit of time I spent playing, so I don't know how good they are, but presumably they will be useful to us. We may as well get these boys rolling. Honestly, the catapult can stay here. It's going to take it long enough to get anywhere I send these people that it isn't going to matter. We have until the 4th day for the first attack, so we have a decent bit of time. I'm just going to scout around a little bit. There are enemies right over there, so we want to clear those up sooner rather than later. Can I get a good enough look at what they've got going on before I get close to them? Not in this case. Looks like... oh, it's just... what is that, like 2 guys? Yeah, 2 guys. And a little hut. So that's easily dealt with. I could go into higher speeds, but since I'm actively moving my troops on the field right now, I don't want to go too high, or I will just get one of them killed because I look away for a split second and they zoom off to their death. Go ahead and snag us that food. No, don't snag that food right now. Okay, that's a decent amount of enemies. So here's the plan. We will pull a sneaky on them. We'll roll the catapult into range before they know we're here. Whee! Look at them fly! And look at them die. Okay, you can cease with the catapulting. There we go.
Oh, yeah? There.
Actually, there's more of them.
Huh?
Ah, the Stones of Doom! Bonk. I love how they fly away into the air when the catapult hits them. It's probably my favorite part of this game so far, is just that little bit of attention to detail is just a lot of fun. And there we go. That camp's wiped out now too. There is more of them. Okay. If you're wondering why I'm keeping the catapult back, too many of these games have taught me that occasionally you'll just randomly have things wander up and start shit, so I'm trying to be safe and have something back home. We're good at the second on this side, I think. We pushed them off of our immediate border. Again, I don't think I need to do that, but I'm just playing it safe and keeping some space cleared around us. It's just always a good idea. Let's get an actual lumber mill up and running. Yeah, that'll be fine. The other reason why I wanted to clear this space is, of course, to get to this rock pile here. I'm going to probably put a storage in near there to ensure that it doesn't walk for a mile. Because they do have to walk things to a storage place. As you can see, the day-night cycle is actually rather swift in this world. It's a rather strange world we live in, where time moves so quickly. And that's without me having sped up time at all. All in all, this rebellion seems to not be working out in their favor so far. But they haven't properly attacked us yet either, so... the tables may turn when they finally mount an attack. But for now, we're gonna keep putting down as many rebels as we can. I am gonna want another lumber mill, and we do have a decent amount of workers at the moment. But let's at least get a stone mine going. Is one of the mistakes I made when I was testing things out in endless mode is it took me a very long time to actually get a proper stone mine going. And it made things kind of complicated. I should also get a gravedigger going, but I'm not worried about that right this second. We are going to need a gravedigger to prevent disease, so I'm going to want that in the future. We've almost filled out our population. Because as you can see up there, we are growing at a rate of 9 a day, and we have 31 out of 40, so the next day we will be capped out based on the housing I have. Which is absolutely fine. I could be speeding this along a lot more by just flailing construction around, but I'm not rushing because this is the first stage of the campaign. I doubt they're gonna play that hard yet. Unless I was on the highest difficulty, which we're not. So I'm just kind of easing myself back in, because it has been a couple days since I played what I tested of this. There are more enemies over there, but we're not going to deal with them yet. We know they're there. That's all I need at the moment. Is the knowledge that they exist. The other reason why I don't want to go too crazy with my population is so that I don't start running out of food.
Sure.
I could, of course, just keep balancing acting, making more food, good production, and all that. But I'm just not in that much of a rush. Brain's getting warmed up still, so I'm not gonna zoom along quite yet. That's where resource management is. Go ahead and put this storage right here next to the lumber mill. That way the stone cutter also just walks it right in here, but it doesn't interfere with any of the trees that are already in place. This is why I built the extra builder's huts, is I get what I want right away. One thing I always was having an issue with in endless mode was I didn't build enough builder's huts early on, so building took forever. And I'm an impatient man, as we all know. We'll go ahead and throw the gravedigger in here and a cemetery right here. They don't have to be next to each other, but it keeps it easier to remember in my mind where things are if I make little districts of them, basically. Not that I need to keep track of them too much, but I prefer to keep an eye on things. Let's see, we know there's more enemies down this way, so we'll go clean them out. I don't think we need to worry about having the catapult in range. No, there's just the two guys. Or in this case, the 0 guys. Oh, there's the attack alert, and they're coming in from the north. Okay. You might be wondering why I didn't build any walls. It's because I was waiting to find out where the attack was going to be coming from before I worried about building walls and everything. Admittedly, I wish I had explored up here a little bit more now, but it'll be fine. I have my ways of making things work. Worst case, I will just summon the Dark Knights into the middle of the fray and it'll work itself out. Out for this early wave, probably. I'm gonna have to lose some of these trees.
Sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's not a hold, it's a click and then drag to build walls in this one. Almost every single one of these is a little different in that regard, so I can never remember which thing it wants from me. We're not gonna have enough wood to fully wall this off, though, which is gonna make my life slightly complicated. But with a little luck, they will be coming in straight through here, so they will find this wall before they find our town. Worst case, yet again, we can adjust for that. It'll be fine. The fact that we are reliant on our builders' huts to get things built is going to make things a little complicated. But that is, again, why I have so many builders' huts, is to make sure walls and such can be spawned up quickly. Once the tower's up, we'll use the wood we're gaining to continue the wall. It's not going to be a good wall, but it'll be good enough. Archers, go ahead and get up there. I was debating between the archers and the catapult, but if I have to keep one of them on the ground, I'll just go ahead and keep the catapult down there. My lord, it appears our eagle-eyed scouts lack arithmetic basics. One said attackers are plenty, the second said very many, the third lost count, and the fourth can't count at all. Brilliant. Very helpful. I'm so glad we employed those specific people. And I could have just thrown a massive guard tower into place here. Arguably I should have. But it's fine. We do have enough to get another tower up and still finish the wall, so we will get that going. And, well, it's not going to be quite enough to finish the wall, but it should finish enough of the wall. If they come through here, they should still encounter that wall. It does mean I'm going to want to flip where these guys are, just in case, though. Because I just got this awful gut feeling that this is exactly where they're coming from. Right here. So I'm going to put the archers into this tower and the catapult in this one. Because the catapult will still be able to reach. But the archers wouldn't be able to reach from this tower. It also gives us a much better view of things.
What now?
And you know, a little favorable rudeness never hurt anybody.
Huh?
Okay, you can shoot over the wall. Very good. Stay there then. Carry on. I have trust issues with this kind of game and units being able to shoot over walls without being in a tower, which is why I make sure to have towers. Because there's been plenty of these that are like, we can't see them, so we can't shoot at them. Just splattering the distant peasant. Can't imagine why they'd be rebelling. What with me being so amused smashing them with rocks and everything. I seem like a great leader, don't I? Everything seems fine.
I'm here.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold the swordsman in reserve in case there's a crack in the wall somewhere, which they most likely are going to crack this wall. These wooden walls do not hold up very well, but it's better than nothing. If I had been smarter about my order of operations, I could have had enough lumber mills running probably to get a double thick wall. We even probably could have... No, we don't have the research. We don't have the second town hall, so we can't do stone.
What now?
I also should have a barracks made, but I didn't do that yet either. My lord, allow me to introduce you to a crowd of unwashed scum who have dared to challenge you. Yeah, they'll be here when I unpause. It'll be fine. Yeah, we don't have the wood for the barracks. That's fine. We could make an obelisk so we could start firing lasers at things, but the knights will be just as good and they don't cost as much. This rabble here is going to join the charge, I presume, which is going to be less than ideal, but again, it'll be fine. We don't have the greatest sight line ahead of our approaching antagonists, but it'll be fine. Catapult away! Lead your shots a little better there, Catapult. Thank you. Yeah, see, their numbers are already dropping rapidly. Swordsman? No. You hold. We'll just drop the Dark Knights in amongst them. I didn't have to summon the Dark Knights, but I would rather not have to patch holes in this wall if I don't have to. And I can now send them to chew on things out here. It's a win-win. Well, my lord, apparently the starving, destitute, and deprived rabble were simply looking for a way to die with dignity, as befits a wise shepherd who showed your flock the right direction. I'm going to be pausing while I read that so that I'm not wasting valuable time. Oh, there's a lot of them over here, actually. That'll be a fun thing for the knights to do. They will not survive, but the knights are also only temporary units anyway, so them getting destroyed doesn't change anything. And if they get agitated enough, they come down to the walls as a result of that, that's fine. Can you pick things up? You can. Good news, they paid aid for themselves, basically. That'll save actual soldiers many lives. But we do want to get a barracks going, so let's go ahead and plop that down over there. Yeah, there's another school of fish there. You are starting to run out of fish, aren't you? How is your fish pool doing? Yeah, not great. That's what I thought. Research would be a good idea. Right, that's one of the things I wanted the stone for, was so that I could get comfortable shoes going quickly. Our gatherers going faster is going to make a fairly nice difference for us.
Our troops are under attack.
Why are you just standing around? Keep fighting. That's what you're literally born to do. You're not going to survive, but that's fine. You've curtailed their numbers a little bit for me, and that's all I could have asked for from weird summoned Dark Knights. If I move the catapult over here, though, we can harass them a little bit more without having to actually get involved in anything. There we go, another house destroyed. I don't know why the catapult fired all the way over there again. There we go. That takes care of that problem.
Our fortifications are under attack.
They are, but they aren't. They're not really under attack. They're just sort of under attack. It'll be okay. We'll go ahead and up the amount of houses now, that we don't have the attack looming directly. Then again, that attack's about as close as the other one was. It's fine. Go ahead and put another berry picker over here to get that worked. I can just redirect where they're picking, but they have plenty of berries to be picking over there anyway. What I really should be doing is aiming to get Town Hall 2 as quick as possible, probably. Once I get a couple more swordsmen and a couple more archers, we'll go clean this out by just opening a hole and going and cleaning house. I don't know where they'll be attacking from next. I have a sneaking suspicion it's not going to be the same direction. Which is the other reason why I'm getting a few more dudes ready to fight. I should probably get another lumber mill at the rate our wood production's going and being sad. Those two can be redirected to different localities. In fact, arguably, it would be better if I have you focusing over here where it's a little closer. So let's decrease your worker radius and retarget you over here. They'll be sharing with the other lumber yard, and that's fine. But it means they're not wasting their time walking all the way over there, then walking all the way back. It's a little bit more efficient. It's not great. None of this really is going to be great, aside from putting a lumber mill down here. But I still don't know entirely what's down in those woods, and I don't want to attract extra enemies that I don't need to. Go ahead and turn auto repair on, because I'm never going to remember to repair half of these walls or anything. Go ahead and pop this one out of the way, because I think these guys can fit through. Nope, I do need to get rid of more than one. That's fine. Go on. Don't get confused.
There.
Yes, there. That's where I want you to go, as it turns out.
Righto.
You really can't reach them, huh? Here, how about you go offend them?
Sure.
Booga booga booga, come get us.
Oh yeah.
Well, there goes that tree. I wanted to keep that. Oh, right, the other swordsmen are still on hold position, aren't they? There we go. That should sort that out.
Okay. Samuras.
If you're wondering why my movement's being kind of wacky, I'm purposely baiting them into the catapult's range to give us an edge in these fights. Because there's no sense in making it more risky than it needs to be for us, after all. There are quite a lot more of them than I thought there would be over here. They're still alive.
Oh yeah.
But we have it under control. At worst, I might lose a swordsman. Yes, Catapult, hitting our own men is clearly the correct decision, thank you. That's exactly what I wanted you to do. Yeah, we still need a little bit more stone and a little bit more wood. Go ahead and get one more of each of those. Yep, what do you know? They're coming in from another direction. This will be a good enough place to wall off, though. And it'll be fine. Because they will encounter this almost certainly before they make it around the rocks there. This time, we'll see if one massive tower will do the job the way I want it to. This is almost certainly going to be a more dangerous attack than the last one. Just in case they do get froggy and somehow get around on the side here, I am going to put a bit of a buy time wall there.
Hey.
It never hurts to have a just in case wall, you know? Go ahead and pull the catapult down from there and get it started heading this way. It's not so slow that I need to be that ahead of it, but never hurts to be ahead of the curve, you know? As usual, we do have a Lurkit command for summoning up the e-game store page, but I do have it automated today as well. So you can either hit the Lurkit command or wait and it'll appear. Okay, so I can't have both up there. That's what I was afraid of. Even if it is the even if there is space, they won't allow archers and catapults to share space. That's what I was worried about when it said or for war machines. I wasn't sure if those numbers could be mixed, and as it turns out, they can't. So what we'll do is we'll put the other guard tower over here. This isn't the worst thing to have unnecessarily be here, because I can just keep filling in more archers on here, but it's not what I wanted. Yeah, we got stone to spare, so go ahead and learn to be sharpshooters. Because I will be focusing on a decent amount of archers, as one would expect. Our builders are probably going to have a bit of a stupid moment here, and they're going to have to walk all the way around. Where? You know, when I said you were going to have a bit of a stupid moment, I didn't mean that most of you were going to walk through the hole in the wall to go over here. Okay, guys. Yep. This is why you're peasants. We do need to get rid of this fishing hut here because it's out of fish. So destroy it, replace it with this one, and we'll make it a friend over there because we are eating a lot more food now. I should throw a granary somewhere as well. Oh wait, no, we do have a granary and it's full. Good. That's exactly what I want to see. I would rather see full granaries than empty granaries. For obvious reasons. Go ahead and just spawn a couple more archers. I don't think I'm gonna need as many as I'm making. Not immediately, but I would rather have too many archers than not enough archers as well. But dude, what are you doing? You specifically. Yes, thank you. Jesus Christ. He couldn't understand walk around the log. You gonna do it too? You are.
Research complete.
I worry greatly about the stock of soldiers that I'm working with here. I have concerns. I do appreciate the amount of vision that this catapult in a tower gives me. You are going to end up pissing people off at the rate you're going, but we've also ate through those trees a lot faster than I thought you were going to. So that's a thing. As soon as we deal with this attack, I'm going to clean out down here then, because we're going to need this wood. But for the moment, go that way. Because I know there's enemies here. Maybe there aren't enemies here.
Enemy forces are approaching.
Uh-huh. Thank you for banging the loud drum of, oh god, they're coming to kill us all. It's almost like I was aware of their existence already. Let's go ahead and get another stone mine going while I've got the spare workers to do so. And in actuality, what I'm gonna do, even though it's gonna ruin the usefulness of this storage, I'm actually gonna destroy this lumber mill and put a new one over there. So they help cut all these trees out. Not that I necessarily want there to not be trees near my castle anymore, because that means I'm gonna have to range out further for wood, but it'll be fine. Yeah, see, there's a fair bit more of them this time, but the catapult should help keep those numbers trimmed down if he stops hitting our own tower. I'm gonna fire this catapult crew out of their own catapult. Because their inaccuracy has suddenly become legendary, and it's just impressive how much they're fucking this up. No, you guys stay over there. I don't want to put you on hold position because I want you to actually go through the gate. It's when they break, like that, yeah. Go forth and slaughter. We are going to lose a swordsman or two, especially if they path the way they're doing. I could have saved him, but I really just don't care enough. There we go.
Moving.
Again, is it any wonder that they're rebelling when I'm just like, some people are gonna die. That's fine. They made me a nice, neat gatehouse to get back out of here with, though, so I appreciate that. Okay, the Grave Digger is in range, so he'll clean up our dead swordsman just fine. That sound that the Grave Digging house makes is just uncomfortable. By design, obviously, but it's like, ooh. I'm actually gonna go ahead and throw a watchtower in over here so I get a better view without walking people all up and down all of this. Once we have that built and get an idea of the lay of the land, we'll make our move. Yeah, I really should have gotten this sooner, but again, wood costs. Faster building would be a good idea, but faster speed for them will actually be more important to us than them building faster at the moment. Because their biggest issue is getting to where they need to be building. And I know that is stalling us getting Town Hall 2 again, but it'll be fine. We have plenty of wood generation. It was the stone that was actually slowing things down. Because I would look at the stone and go, oh, it'll be a while before I get what I want. I'll just go ahead and do insert dumb thing here, and then we never get the job done. Because I just cannot be patient. I am incapable of such things. Okay, so yeah, there's a handful of camps down here, but I was right in guessing that there wasn't going to be enemies here with so many of them right here. Okay, everybody out of the tower, all of you lot out with them too. Let's go clean this forest out. Let's go find Robin Hood and his merry men and burn them all to the ground. They made the mistake of robbing from the me. Don't care who they give it to, they just shouldn't have robbed it from the me. It's not even a matter of rich or poor, just me.
Research complete.
Oh no, it's a rebel with a pitchfork. Oh, it was just a line there. I thought he had like a highlight line pointing to him. That's why I was making fun of it just being a rebel with a pitchfork. Because if you look at it just the right angle, it looks like a orange line pointing down at him. So I thought for some reason he had some kind of crazy god ray pointing down at him like he's a boss unit or something. Ooh, that's a big camp over there. Okay, let's not toy with that quite yet. Clean up these edges so I can actually use my lumber mill appropriately still. And then we'll be good to go for a little bit longer. I could be expanding much more aggressively, but I'm just not... I'm not that fast a manager in these types of situations, which is what usually gets me killed in these kinds of games. I can split my attention pretty well, but if I'm actively moving troops, my entire focus is on them to make sure they don't get themselves killed in some stupid action. Well, this is a thing that's happening now, isn't it? I think the catapult has it under control, but never hurts to make sure. Considering the inaccuracies of this catapult lately.
Our fortifications are under attack.
The fact that this random bunch has shown up, though, does give me the clear thought that, yes, I should actually be making sure to have a couple guys on standby around places. Not a lot, because it doesn't look like we need a lot, but just in case, we'll have like a dude here, a dude there. If nothing else, it gives us an early warning system of things happening around us. And then the main army can roll up and deal with the problem. Because we've already got the one guy stationed here. He sees plenty. Can't shoot it a lot, but he sees all he needs to see. Once this is done upgrading, we can do some more wacky stuff here. The 30% more durability is great. I just don't know if I'm convinced enough to spend the 120 when that's the majority of what we have. We could definitely fit in more housing. So let's go ahead and throw another house. Yeah, because they're consuming 55, and they produced 56, but I think that was just because they ran out of space, so they didn't produce more. Oh good, they're attacking from the same direction again. That's actually phenomenal news, because that just means I enhanced the wall here rather than making a whole new wall. And once this is done, we can start building stone walls, which will happily take care of our problems here. Which, if I'm going to start building stone walls, let's go ahead and throw another stone mine down. Which I should have just waited a second and made the better stone mine, but it's fine. Everything is fine. Let's go ahead and throw another storage over on this side as well, because that storage over there is full. Just toss it right here. It won't block the entrance of the barracks, but it'll be nice and close to the lumber mills. Because I invariably run out of wood faster than anything else anyway, since it's the base resource. We can also start building farms once they start grabbing metal. Which we can now grab. Should start upgrading the housing as well. But before I go too crazy with anything else like that, we definitely do need to start getting the wall all built up. I'm gonna keep the wooden backing wall here, just because why not? It makes sense to have the support of a secondary layer, even if it's not as good. It'll make the builder's job a little harder, but if they're even half intelligent, they'll start down here and work their way down. Which means they'll start in here and block themselves off and just make me sad. But, you know, it'll be fine. They have a minute and a half to get the job done. They will certainly manage to make it. Yeah, they're building in exactly the order I assigned it, which makes AI sense, but does not make productivity sense. But they'll figure it out. I could put a gate in, but I just... Again, it's a case of can't be bothered more than anything else. And I have no reason to be going out there. Yeah, we don't have enough population to make more archers. But a couple more isn't a bad idea, considering what we will be likely dealing with here. Yeah, I know, there's not enough builders. Meh. It's fine. They'll come back to you when they're done with the other 30 things I told them to do. I'm not asking them to do it now. I'm asking them to get it done eventually. They should understand the concept of building things in priority order. Unfortunately, they did take longer to build this than I thought they would, but the majority of the wall is in place. It should be a-okay. What I'll do is I'll summon some Dark Knights once they're in arrow and catapult range and buy them some time. Because we have plenty of crystals, so it's not like I'm losing anything by summoning some knights. Not that I think the knights are necessary, per se, but it can't hurt. That's right, get out of there, builders. You've done your part. Yeah, see, there are a lot of them coming. So we'll actually summon 2 sets of knights, then. That should be enough to take care of this. Between them and the stone wall, that should be plenty to hold this back. The knights are gonna get savaged, but that's fine. Yeah, you know, this might actually be slightly more of a problem than I thought, because they are chewing on that wall a bit more efficiently than I gave them credit for. I think I overestimated how good stone walls are, so we'll just throw another set of knights in there. Alleviate the burden from that bit of wall. This does mean we're gonna have to take that next wave a bit more seriously, because they are going to really be sending the house on that fourth one. Especially since we haven't cleared the valley, which means we are actually gonna have a real problem if I don't get aggressive here soon. Which means it's time to get serious. I'll be happy enough if we just clear a couple sides so that we don't have entire extra waves coming at us, pretty much. Why are you still saying there's no builders? Oh, because they can't get to you. Okay, you'll just stay a tier 1 house. We'll upgrade all the houses around you. You'll just have to be the shitty house in the middle. Because apparently they just can't walk through somebody's garden to go build your house. Which makes sense, don't get me wrong. I just don't have to be happy about it. Pretty much, yeah. How's it going, Snork? These peasants are so angry, they'll just sit there and try to break through stone with pitchforks. Somehow it works, and that's arguably the more concerning part out of that whole exchange. Let the archers do the work. You're just there to protect the archers, swordsman. Because there's gonna be a lot more to do here. Fall back. Let the wizard knights handle the problem. The archers will assist them. Swordsman, you take care of the advancing pile over here, please. Hey, get that guy, don't ignore him. Yeah, that checks out. Well, I am taxing them. They aren't happy about that to begin with. We weren't really given much other context other than the taxes for why they want me dead. But, you know, that's usually enough. I have been setting their houses on fire since they started the revolt, but, you know, that was after the revolt started. You know, now that the revolt's rolling, now all bets are off. Everything they hold dear is going to burn. Let's go ahead and upgrade the barracks so I can get some better troops on the go here. Upgrade the builders' huts so that more builders get moving.
Oh yeah?
There's a peasant house. Burn it to the ground.
Got it. I see him. Righto.
Okay, so this whole bottom corner is clear now.
Okay. Righto. Sure.
I'm just gonna sweep as much of the map as I can before the 13th day so that we don't get mobbed. It's a little unfortunate that the archers are faster than the swordsmen. I definitely can't afford to play nice right now, yeah. Because it would get rather expensive to have to wall off this entire compound. Not that I can't afford it, but why spend the money when I can spend their blood?
There. Righto.
As a true king would. Not exactly a good king, but a real king. Go ahead and upgrade all these things. See, all the people that are playing ball are getting everything they want. And all these fools that have decided to revolt are getting... well, they're getting dead. Just to put it bluntly. I can can keep making my people faster. Not a bad idea, but hold that thought for a moment. Just to be on the safe side food-wise, because I've had this issue more times than I'd like to count, I do want to put a farm down. This way, if things go wrong as far as the fishing and the berry picking goes, we have a sure thing in the form of the farm. It'll even get its own granary nearby so that the farmers don't have to... Well, no, the castle's right there. There's no point in putting a granary there. There we go. Now that that's all sorted out, and I'm not wasting too much productivity time. Oh, sweet fuck, that's a lot of dudes. Summon additional dudes. Yeah, exactly. It's a pretty consistent theme that you want my money, well, you're gonna have to take my life to get it. And I can't say that I don't understand. But boy, does it get excessive at times. I am gonna lose some swordsmen here. Because I wasn't watching closely enough this time. Oh, that's where that other bunch that started walking towards the town came from. They spawned out of the hut I destroyed. Okay. Thankfully, they have a very single-minded purpose, apparently. So we can just kind of walk up and shoot them in the back for the most part. That handful will be dealt with by the catapult. I don't need to worry about that. They are, however, actually attacking again. And I need to pay more attention to that. Because they're probably going to squeeze in through here, and that's going to be an issue. This is also an area I have not uncovered much of any of it at all. So this could very quickly become a very big issue. Especially since I don't actually have that much stone. Thankfully, there's a cart of stone right there. You. I have chosen you to be the savior of all by grabbing that one cart of stone. There's also a cart of stone over there that we can snag. First and foremost, get this wall started, builders.
They are attacking the walls.
Really now? It's a crazy concept that they'd be attacking the walls that are in the way of them doing the thing that they wish to be doing, which is destroying everything we hold dear. There's another enemy camp, so let's destroy that on our way. But... oh. Guys. Fine. You dumb builders. Like, I knew this was going to be an issue when I put it there, but I'm like, okay, their AI won't be completely stupid. They'll build from this side, and they'll be fine. Of course, they're goddamn ignorant peasants. What else was I expecting to happen? Building themselves into a goddamn box. They'll build themselves into a different box at the rate they're going. I can see why Automod tagged that for phrasing, but that's fine. In the context of what you said, what you're saying is fine. Okay, with that dealt with... oh, there is two attacks coming. There's one attacking from each end, actually. So that's gonna complicate matters as well. I'm glad I double-checked. That should do for discouraging them coming around. I don't really know what the point to Massive Guard Tower 2 is. Probably just more health. One Massive Guard Tower there will do. I'm gonna have to do some goofy nonsense here. I really should have made this layout bigger, but it'll be fine. Well, your main issue there is the fact that so many things had to run through the church. You just get rid of that whole church problem and a lot of that gets sorted. Start getting some crossbowmen going. Get a bunch more archers.
Yeah. Righto.
This wall really... Guys, you know what? Hang on. Before you go around, kill them. My lord, scouts report that the rebels from all remaining camps are joining an attack wave. The enemy is gathering all his forces for a decisive assault. I think I went a little too slow, so this camp here is going to be a major issue because I don't have enough coverage for that either. I think I might have actually still managed to screw this up because I got too distracted.
Yeah.
There we go. Now you guys finish going over there.
Yeah.
Like, it's only giving me attack warnings on these ends, but this is going to spawn dudes, probably. Yeah. Well, it's the classic, you are inconveniencing the loud portion of the population, therefore the loud portion of the population is going to yell all kinds of nasty things, because that's how it be.
Moving. Hey.
We basically still have similar enough things happening in this day and age of, oh hey, we don't like what you're doing, therefore we're gonna paint you as the bad guy, even if we're doing something stupid. That's just the nature of humanity, and that's unfortunately probably never going to change.
Huh? Hey.
Well, yeah. How else are you going to get rid of a loan without paying it back other than getting rid of the one that loaned you the money, so it cannot be proven that you have money that you owe?
What is it?
It ain't the right way to do it, but it's the effective way to do it.
Oh yeah. Okay.
But I think you missed the point of what I was saying. But either way, we'll just keep right on rolling. Unfortunately, I built those houses too late. Oh no, we do get just enough time to get more troops, so... More crossbowmen! So far so good, everything's fine. I might be about to embarrass myself trying to showcase a game I was given a key for, but you know, it'll be fine. Yeah, no, that wasn't what I was talking about. But we don't need to keep going in that line of thought any further.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah. My lord, the rebellion has entered the phase of a psychic attack. The peasants have decided to throw all their remaining forces at us at once. Victory is ours if the castle defenses will hold.
They are attacking the walls.
Yeah.
Okay, so there are still a couple dudes coming out of the woods this way. This is what I was scared of, this bit over here.
Fortifications are under attack.
No, they don't mean it in the literal sense. I think they mean they're trying to go for shock value to break us with quantity. We'll send some knights. I mean, there is magic in this world, considering I can just summon these knights out of the ether. But, you know.
Our troops are under attack.
There we go. That should help ease the burden on the walls. I do need to put some over here too to deal with the fact that this is out of range of the archers.
Our fortifications
Close that
are under
up for a
attack.
second. It's hard to grab these guys the way I want to. Put some more over here. You guys aren't doing a very good job of blocking that, so we'll
They are
put...
attacking the walls.
Oh no, those guys are dead. Okay. I just couldn't tell with time paused. Send the knights over there then. The catapult's over here, so I'm not as worried about this, especially since that's a stone wall compared to the mess that's happening over here. You lot, all march over here, please. March over here and block them out. Because this is where the leak's gonna happen and ruin
They are
everything.
attacking again. Our units are in combat.
Yeah, those knights aren't gonna hold. Hopefully they'll be distracted enough when these knights get in behind them. I can't just build a wall here since it would take the builders time to get to it. I can try, of course, and it can't hurt to try, but I don't think they're gonna manage to get this in place fast enough. I think my builders might be occupied elsewhere, or still. Worst case, you guys get in there.
Our troops are under
Because we do still have the swordsmen on reserve.
fortifications are under attack.
We do have these crossbowmen that didn't get into anywhere yet as well, so you guys get up there and help plug that leak.
They are attacking the walls.
Actually, yeah, just garrison the damn castle itself. And you lot aren't doing your job anymore, so you get into the castle as well.
Our troops are under attack.
We will make this work out, damn it.
Our fortifications are under attack.
You guys are probably gonna time out before you get around there completely, but it'll have to do. Thankfully, they're distracted with destroying things like the builders' huts, so we'll be able to have some time for these guys to do their thing. All of you just get in the castle. The castle's just gonna have to hold the last wave together here.
They are attacking again.
Fall back to the castle. I don't want them getting destroyed. And that's exactly what was gonna happen, is they would just get wiped off the face of the planet. See if I can spawn some spearmen to add some certainty here.
They are attacking our
This should be
buildings.
okay, but I'm a little worried about it.
My orders.
Okay, that's under control now.
Fortifications are under attack.
This is gonna get eaten, these are gonna get eaten, that's fine. This is the end of the map, so I'm just letting things play out at this point. In fact, this is empty, so you know what? Just here. Come on. Come along to your death.
Our troops are under attack.
Skip
They
to your
are attacking
doom.
the
Come on.
walls.
You, go get their attention. One spearman can hold quite a lot of these guys at bay on their own, more or less. Which is why I was trying to get to them existing, but unfortunately I was a little too slow on getting iron. But we've got this under control now. Oh, they got some big dudes over here, actually. You two, get over there.
Moving out.
This tower will hold for a bit, but it's not gonna hold forever.
They are attacking again.
Since this is all cleared out, all of you get over here.
Got it.
Dogpile on the wabbit. Dogpile on the wabbit.
Or whatever you say.
Wipe them off the face of the planet. And there we go. It got a little scuffed at the end and a little spooky, but we got there. If I had been just a little bit more on my game, we would have been able to get that done without it getting this spooky, but it was more interesting this way anyway. They got to feel like they had a chance.
Pupulta, la manendurundrundru.
How did your arm get broken? You probably never left the castle. Oh good, I'm glad they agree to pay taxes now that most of their population's been crushed. I'm sure we'll make plenty of money this way.
Mananero manamondro maramundro. Gulus taminele amande minitru.
Of course they did.
Marahende stare kelke.
Oh, that's fine. We can rebuild a tavern. How many... Well, depends on how many people burned with the tavern, I guess. Let me guess, more peasant problems in other places, right? Yeah, of course. They're very rarely isolated incidents. I fail to see how this is necessarily my problem, though. Here's the thing. The peasant population just revolted in my territory. The second I leave, what's stopping whatever's left of them getting up and taking over while I'm gone? This seems like a really stupid idea. Between a rock and a hard place, hiding behind the noblest impulse to save your fellow man, you ran away from the endless troubles at home and rushed to help your uncle. No one met you at the gate, and your uncle's castle looked as if a pair, or even two pairs of dragons had been mating on its roof. You were just about to flee when it turned out you didn't have enough provisions for the return voyage, so you ended up going up to Lord Penderane's chambers. Okay, here we go. Guess we'll be taking over business here. Who knows what happened to them already? Probably nothing good. Nobody wants taxes. Yeah, that's a pretty fair response to the word taxes. More swearing. Louder taxes. Yep, that went about as expected. Yes, I called for the identical advisor. Ah. So what you're saying is they didn't do a very good job of defending this place. Well, the views improved immensely, at least. Well, it's a different castle, even though it looks like the same castle. Turns out things didn't go very well for the leader over here, and now we're taking over. Apparently Scott the Bloody's in charge around here, and we need to take care of business involving that one. You know what? You're right. We just need to just go home. This is not our problem. Alright, the whole not having enough food to go home thing. Yeah, that is a problem, isn't it? Oh, and now we got a message from the king, too. This is just getting better. Which is put down the peasant revolt, isn't it? Yeah, this is about right for a medieval title. Okay, we're probably at the end of the title at least now. Could you try reading faster, please? No? Okay.
Goronduru garabet skot labidla. Meregidro maramendra manatstutra. Erimberim borungetri. Nisato kurukulki kuruti. Baramenerim borododo. Borum peric.
Yep, there it is. Retreat is equal to treason, as usual. You're gonna need a bigger cup to drink out of there, buddy, to deal with this. Well, of course the punishment for treason is death. It very rarely isn't. Well, at least they're going for the classics. Everybody loves public quartering. good question. Got any other questions that won't be answered? May 4th, 1491, and thousands of peasants from all over the country flocked to the banner of one Scott the Bloody. My uncle's castle is the last barrier to his army reaching the capital. King Ferdinand II the Fat ordered me to stop the renegade at any cost. Now here's the thing though. We could turn the table here and say fuck the king. And you know, I'm kind of inclined to say to hell with the king in this situation, both out of a case of self-preservation in the moment and the fact that very rarely is a king with their main title being the Fat a positive thing. If that's the best thing people can muster to call him, I can't help but feel that he's been resting on his laurels a little bit too long. But out of the essence of fair play, I'm gonna flip a coin. And we will let fate decide whose side we're really on. Fate has agreed with me. For the people! And you know, I kinda like the red banner more anyway. Stand up to tyranny, you will become a traitor to the crown, the king will not forgive you, and you will not be able to return to the tasks he asks you to do. Besides, the path of a regime fighter is thorny, and the upcoming missions will be much harder to complete. Gonna call it now, I'ma die a miserable death for doing this. But you know what? For the people! Which, fun fact, the two paths you have to take are the only two paths in this version. In later versions, they have already stated that they will be giving you other paths to take. What those other factions to join with and everything like that are going to be, who knows? But they are a intended thing for the future. Children of the Revolution, you gave Scott the Bloody your best man and let his people pass safely to march on the capital. The rebel leader gave you his word that he would be on the throne within a week and that he would thank you royally. But before the embers could cool, Scott returned with a badly shattered army and eyes wide with terror. The king knew that you had defected and the whole army was on its way to Pendrain to put an end to the unrest. As a traitor to your country with a hefty bounty on your head, you were forced to flee south with Scott's remaining forces. Yep, that went about as well as most revolutions do. Okay. So what you're telling me is that I have to make this revolution work now. And that's about what I expected when I clicked that button. Right then, challenge accepted. I hope they understand that if I win this revolt, it's my country now. May 14th, 1491. All is lost. For the second week, we are retreating. Supplies are running low, the king's army is chasing us all over Sabragdia, and we have no choice but to find a stronghold and prepare for a siege. At least we start with a couple houses this time. Oh hey, we got Scott the Bloody himself on our team here. On a horse, no less. Oh, we actually have rebel troops, though. Okay, so that makes sense. We lost the quality equipment that we had working for the kingdom, basically, and we now have rebel troops instead. Oh, absolutely. Nothing ever goes wrong after the fact. You don't have like a second rebellion after the first rebellion where the rebel leader is the one who gets axed next or anything. No, that never happens. There's never unrest after unrest. No. And I totally won't be a worse tyrant. I do like the fact that the rebel catapult is just a more ramshackle catapult. I appreciate that. Got a bunch of different troop types here. Got rebel flag carriers, other rebel flag carriers. Like, this is the more stylized option, clearly. Considering you've got unique troops and a bunch of other things like that. if we fought for the kingdom, we just have a bunch of unified, identical soldiers, probably. Scott the Bloody and his men have entrusted their lives to you. Only you can save the cause of overthrowing the tyranny. Royal forces are almost here. Command, my lord. We have 2 days. Oh boy, they weren't kidding when they said that they were almost here, huh? I'm glad I paused so I could take the time to think this through. Oh boy. I have made mistakes, and you know what? We knew that going into it. Oh, I only have the one... Oh no, because I made the 2 fisherman huts. Necessarily OP, yeah, because let's be real. Outside of people with very good APM, there'd be no way you would manage to swing this in time without pausing. Not with just 2 days to scramble things together. In fact, no 2 days at all, because here they come. We have 3 minutes before they're here. Get as much of a wall up as I can to buy time, and we'll just make things work as I can. Do what I do best, random bullshit go. Do I even have any archers? I don't, do I? So it's gonna be let the catapult do a chunk of work and hope for the best from there, and summon some Dark Knights to make things work. Hopefully big guys like this make mincemeat of the king's troops or something, because this is gonna go terribly otherwise. And I don't know what the point of these flag carriers are, but I'm gonna have them out of the main charge. Like, if there's a morale mechanic that I don't know about or something, and the flag hitting the ground breaks it instantly, I don't want that happening. You guys just be cheerleaders over here behind the wall where it's safe. We don't have enough builders' huts up for this wall to come up anytime quick is gonna be the other problem. Because we started with the worst side of everything. Because we had houses, but kind of not much we could do with them quickly. I definitely made the wrong choice right off the bat, though, by building the fisherman's hut. I should have went for infrastructure of other kinds before food, but food's always my first move in these kind of games, because food almost always comes back to bite me in the ass otherwise. And Scott the Bloody must survive, so I have to keep an eye on him. He also has a bonus when he comes in at a gallop, so probably is the wise course is separating him from the mass, have the mass block off, and then have him like sweep in at a side. Even though it's 1 horse, it's better than no horse. And it also gives me a way to get him out of the pile if it starts going sideways. Yeah, there's no way we're getting a barracks up in time to start getting other troops, so these are all we're gonna have. Is there even a value to putting a tower down, then? No, I don't think there's any value to having a tower here. All a tower would do is let the catapult shoot further, which would be great, but I don't think it much matters in this situation, since it's gonna be nasty tight in fighting anyway. Yeah, and it's another we have to clear the map. Ugh. They weren't kidding when they said this was gonna be harder. What it's more than likely gonna boil down to is I'm gonna drop some Dark Knights on this first wave and hope for the best. Because at least I still have that power. That power apparently doesn't come from the king. Or at least he can't take it away from me. Let's just extend the wall a little bit further. Because that's quite literally what I'm going to do, is let them bang against the wall while the catapult hits them. Drop the Dark Knights on them, and then we'll actually engage them with the troops if I need to afterwards. Because we'll get the crystals back when we start clearing out areas. So I need as many of these troops alive as I can keep. It's either that or I sacrifice them now and then send the Dark Knights to clean the map. And since the Dark Knights are a timer unit, I don't like that plan. I would prefer having the stable units be the ones that I use for that. Not that they're great, but they'll have to do. Is there anything? Yeah, I can throw another lumber mill down. Throw that over here right next to the castle, which is where I arguably should have put this one, because that would have been more efficient, but fast moves don't always end up the most efficient. Bring the catapult in a little closer. Yeah, oh, there's water here, though, actually. Oh, I might have fucked this up a little bit, because they're going to come in from right here because of where the water is. I didn't even realize the water was there. That water is actually going to buy me more time than I realized, though. Had I known that was there and paid attention to it, I would have done this a little bit differently. But we're committed now. We're here. This is what we're doing, so this is how it's going to play out. Thankfully, it doesn't seem like they sent a lot of men. Is, you know, they are royal footmen and such. They are decent quality soldiers, presumably. Drop some Dark Knights immediately in the middle of them. And let the battle be joined. Yeah, I know, there's gonna be bodies to clean up. Speaking of, let's get a gravedigger's house and a cemetery up before this battle's finished. This way we can get that cleared up. Get a builder's house going. Yeah, I can't afford 2 of them yet. I don't really want to spend all of my crystals right now, so I think I might actually send the troops in. Go hit that guy in particular, because you should be able to wipe him out. Yeah, that's what I was hoping for. Guys, I kind of need you to go fight, not just dither around. Why are you throwing the catapult rocks at Scott? Don't do that. You can't hurt him, but just don't do that anyway. There we go. Swept them off the board nice and clean. And the vile usurper of power calls this an attack? A bunch of miserable imbeciles in the service of the exploiter of the honest citizens of Sabragnia shall never break our will to be free. Big talk from the guy who came crawling to me with your tail between your legs after you lost your army. Okay, you're just going around that side. I think I did end up sending one of my banner men in, and I think he might be dead. Because I don't see the banner anymore. He might have died instantly. That's a thing that happened, I guess. Yeah, I don't see him at all. I think he is genuinely the only one that died, because he somehow got swept up when I sent the troops around the wall, and, well, bad things happened to him. Which is what I was trying to avoid in the first place. Yeah, Sam's gonna be way too fast compared to the army. But he can scout for me, so it'll be okay. I'm just gonna need him to run for his life at the first sign of trouble. Because he's strong, but I don't want him wasting too much of his health, since he is necessary for our success. Let me just check a thing right quick, because I see a ping. Meanwhile, back on the ranch. Really? They're coming again already? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's not something I was accounting for. That's a major problem. Somehow I completely missed the fact that they were coming again immediately. That's a problem. That's a really big problem. Because I can't necessarily do the same nonsense twice here, because we don't have enough crystals to summon as many sets of knights. Actually, did I summon 2 sets or 3? I think I only summoned 2 sets of knights, so I can actually repeat the same thing again, but I'm assuming this is going to be a stronger attack, which is a problem. The good news is the wall held up admirably, so we got that going for us. I could try going for Astral Ray instead, but I don't have enough crystal for that, so that won't work. Like, I'm just sitting here puzzling out what to do in this situation now. So just bear with me a moment. At the very least, a wall to buy myself some time for the catapult to do its job is going to be the way again. Probably just, like, hammer and anvil them. Bring the soldiers in around behind them when they're up against the wall already. Same as we did before. Food is becoming an issue already. Everything is fine, except it really isn't, but shh, it's okay. Don't think about it too hard. Everything will be fine. What I really need is just to build a ton of lumber mills, I think, just to have enough wood to keep this ball rolling. I think I didn't build hard enough at the beginning to make sure that we had the economy we need. Because the stone's so far proven to be completely useless to me. I'm also willing to bet that their intention was for you to do the royal path first, learn the game, and then do the rebellion path as a second time through once you knew what you were doing, rather than jumping into it both feet first like I've done here. I just want to throw that out there as a caveat in case people are like, wow, this game's just way too hard. Bear in mind, I'm on the middle difficulty, and I jumped onto what it warned me was the hardest path. Feet first, so...
The city is under attack.
What? Oh, for fuck's sake. They're doing that bit again, huh? Where they're gonna attack from both sides, even though there's no labeling that they're attacking. Okay, great. I never enjoy this happening, because you can't really plan for this. This being a thing that happens.
Our units are in combat. They are attacking our buildings.
Which is obviously the purpose behind it, is to throw off your plan. But especially in a situation like this, it's a little rude to just drop them out of thin air on you. When things are already as tight as they are. But... oh, and the undead are a thing that can happen in this setup as well. Okay. The undead are a thing in this game, and I knew that already. Oh, no, I know why that happens, because the cemetery was destroyed. Get that cemetery rebuilt. I'm glad there weren't that many corpses in that cemetery, because I'm willing to bet that walking corpses spawn for every body in the cemetery when it's destroyed. Almost certainly. But yeah, the fact that we have no ranged units to speak of is my biggest issue at the moment. Because otherwise I'd have, like, a guy or two over here in a tower or something to keep watch. I guess you two idiots can be our early warning system in the future. They're gonna die miserable death being the early warning, but it'll be fine. That's just gonna be their purpose in life now. Desperately need enough wood to make a barracks, then we can start getting this thing on track. Like, what I should be doing with these guys while we're waiting for this to happen is actually go running around the map and doing things. Because that's the only way we're going to make any forward progress. I just don't like that idea, because if they're engaged in something when the enemy happens to arrive, we would be in serious bother. So it looks like they gave us the one generosity of there's not that many opposing units on the map. Before I get distracted and go, ooh, shiny, build insert thing here. Barracks. No other option. Just barracks. You guys go there. Scott, you just ride around on like Polo Revere, running all over the place, screaming for your life. This way, at least I'll have map knowledge, somewhat. Okay, there's a camp of royals. Hopefully, he'll be able to outpace them enough that they give up, rather than pursuing. But if they single-mindedly pursue him, that could also prove to be a completely different issue. And we are going to run out of food. So I do need to do something about that as well. So Berry Picker's hut goes there. Okay, I still get the standard swordsmen and archers and everything. I was wondering about that. Because it would actually have been fascinating if they had actually changed your entire barracks lineup up to be rebel themed. But I desperately need to train some archers. I could just go all in on a pile of swordsmen and do open combat, but I don't really like that idea particularly. Okay, looks like they did give up. Very good. Shark Pakasar, thank you for the raid. How's everybody doing? Welcome to me desperately trying to hold this rebellion together. Welcome Inland 2X. Thanks, hope you're doing well today. Yeah. What were we up to today? Don't mind the slight panic as I have chosen the harder path in this game, with only partially realizing what I was getting myself into. Unfortunately, my auto shoutout does not tell me what people were doing anymore. Ah, nice. How's that been going for you? We will jump them from the trees. You get further up that wall there. How's my archer spawning going? Okay, I do actually have some archers. Welcome in Jimmy's actual name. Thank you for joining in from the raid as well. Here comes the pile. Not gonna be able to get that wall up in time, but I have a couple tricks up my sleeve, so we will be okay. Go, my summon distractions. So the better stuff of the game usually. Just go mess around, do stuff. There we go, get the archers up in there, let them chip them down a little bit. Okay, up and at them, boys. All of you go into the pile. Scott, come around. Exactly. Oh, they're chewing Scott to pieces. My army's going to get rinsed here, but Scott's the only one who needs to live, so what we're gonna do is we're just gonna distract these guys by running them around in circles. I was gonna say, I seem to recall there was a bird by the name of Nugget in that series that people were either very against or very attached to. There really wasn't a middle ground on that one. Okay, so that only sort of worked. We are going to be in trouble here in a second. You lot, fall back to the castle. Can I nope, I can't garrison the catapult in the castle. Okay, that's fine. The Gravedigger's gonna be working overtime today, and that's just gonna be his life. Oh, good, they spawned more guys down here again. So I've got some bad news, and the bad news is I think we're about to lose. The good news is we probably can try again. Oh, this is bad times. This is bad times all around.
Our troops are under attack. Our fortifications
The flame
are
of
under
revolution will not be put out so easily. Distractapult, run! Go for the guy with health left, because you do a ton of damage on a charge. There we go, there we go. When in doubt, micromanage your way to victory. Could you archers please hit him? Thank you. Swordsman, get in there. We're gonna manage to hold this day. Oh wow, they're actually gonna give me some time now. Thank God. Absolutely. Have a good dinner, and thank you again for bringing your community over. Always great to see you and your people. Oh boy. I'm surprised we managed to scrape that one by. I would say that I don't feel I should have won that, but you know what? I'll take what I can get. Oh. Oh. Oh, I just realized there's a problem. See, there used to be a cemetery and a gravedigger here. Remember where we just saw those soldiers a moment ago? Yeah, turns out our gravekeeper's dead again. They really like killing him, don't they? That's upsetting. Well, let's just put a new one over here then, shall we? So they stop walking through there and breaking that every 5 minutes. God damn it. Well, I'm glad I noticed before I turned around and was like, why didn't they get buried anytime this year? Oh, that's gonna make a disease problem, but, well, nothing can be done. That's just the nature of things right now. And at least our archers are alive, so we can actually still defend as needed. We can actually recover this. This will be okay. Probably. As I try to figure out what to do to get this ball back on track here. That said, with everyone new here, I'm going to go ahead and do this right quick. If you are at all interested in this game, there is a link to the store page. What I'm playing right now is a preview build, but it will be available before too awful long, most likely. I think they were planning on putting things out soon. I don't remember exactly what the timings on any of that are off the top of my head right now. But if you're enjoying what you're seeing, by all means, make sure to give it a look. The game is available, of course, currently. Oh, that's the one that's getting diseased. Of course, the Gravedigger is going to be the one who's going to be miserable and sick. That's just how that's going to be, unfortunately. Nothing can be done for him. And now that I can think straight, a little bit of introduction. I am Dracomut. I play basically anything and everything under the sun. Frequently, of late, I've been doing... I don't really want to call them sponsored segments, but I have been operating through Lurkit and receiving keys to play games, so... It's as close to that as you get without receiving actual money, more or less.
I'm here.
Definitely one of those brain did not want to split at all moments. I'm glad we managed to salvage the catapult. If the catapult was lost, I think this would have just been donezo. Get a few more archers on the go so I can put a tower in over here and actually have it be manned.
Hey.
Hey, Archer. Hello. I'm willing to bet I'm going to build a tower over here and rebuild all of this, and they're going to attack from over here. That's just what I'm expecting to happen at this point. Best case scenario is they attack from one of the two directions I built things on. I'm just going to make sure to be ready for the worst case scenario, and that's where we're going to be. Oh, didn't I have a berry picker over here too? I think he's dead too. Well, that's a shame. Unfortunately, we need to get to Town Hall 2, which I'm going to start working on right now in order to be able to build a hospital to heal our Gravedigger. I don't actually know what him being sick actually does.
Our units are in combat.
I'm glad my army is just kind of chilling here, otherwise this would have been an even greater inconvenience than it already is. Whee! He definitely has his work cut out for him, though. Yeah, and I need Town Hall 2 in order to have more than one person digging graves, unless I go and build a second hut, which I don't really feel the need to. Nobody else seems to be getting sick other than him, because none of the bodies are near where any of the other workers go. Because it looks like they have to actually be near the corpses for the disease to get to them. And since he's never near anybody else, he doesn't spread the disease. So more than likely, by the time that'll become an issue, we should be able to have a hospital up and running. Would I prefer our main source of getting bodies put away to not be sick? Yes. Is that going to be avoidable right now? Not really. That's just how it's going to be. There is a full research tree and everything. You unlock the bits of research by having the various buildings. We do have the stone to spare, so go ahead and spend that on that. Game does pause while you're on the research screen, so you got that going for you if that is a concern. Sure. Actually, no. Upgrade this lumber mill first, since this deploys its wood into the storage quicker. It's kind of 6 and 1/2 dozen the other with that, but I'm more likely to keep this lumber mill than this one at the moment. Can't upgrade that yet. Go ahead and get you upgraded, and then we'll save up a little bit of stone to get the hospital going. Okay, and the corpses are in range. Perfect. There we go. I know the sound that the Gravedigger's house makes is unsettling, hanging a little sharp on the ears, but unfortunately, it happens every time I click it, so there's not really anything to be done about that. Short of not clicking it, and brain is too scattered right now for me not to. Go ahead and put the hospital here. That'll be fine. It's nice and close into the castle, so the castle's garrison can protect it at the moment. And I am probably going to keep them garrisoned in the castle for the time being. Let's get a bit of food storage set up somewhere. Over there will be fine. But this way, our one weakened man can get treated, and that should take care of all of our problems. And then they should go collect these bodies once they're done getting treated. Yeah, right now, for those that weren't here at the beginning, I'm going to be covering as much of the campaign as I can handle doing today, because that's the main feature of this build, is the fact that there is a more fleshed out campaign. We are currently on, I think it's technically mission 3, because we ended up skipping mission 2 by joining the rebel side instead of siding with the king when we were given the option to do or not do in that situation. And the game definitely red flagged the whole joining the opposition thing a couple times, like, hey, this is more dangerous. You should probably not be doing this unless you're ready to do that. And I, of course, being the fool that I am, went ahead and ran with it anyway. It was certainly a choice to make. Yeah, we are consuming too much food, so I need to get more food production up. We don't have an iron mine yet, so I can't make a farm. So go ahead and just throw another fishing hut over there and another berry picker. Just live next to the castle. This way your hut probably won't burn to the ground. I wish I could give more certainty than probably, but that's where we're at right now. In these troubled times, there's no such thing as certainty. Okay, Scott's healing up pretty good. His units thankfully have natural regeneration. As long as they're held safe long enough, they'll be fine. I'm gonna have him start looking around again so we get map knowledge. Because as you can see up there, if I don't get rid of all the enemies on the map, we are gonna get mobbed. Okay, hang on. We have a issue of priority here. Scott the Bloody here, by the way, was the one who was leading the rebellion until we took over command. There went one of our swordsmen again, so that's another body for the Graveskeepers to clean up. Thankfully, they should be on the job pretty quick, so that'll be fine. Yeah, auto repair is still on. Okay. I highly recommend keeping auto repair on because I don't know about anybody else, but I, for one, never remember to go around and repair everything, especially when we're being attacked from multiple angles like this with no warning. Uh-oh. That's a very bad problem to have found. Oh, they've got their own catapults too, huh? And they're much more accurate than mine. Good for them. I'm so happy that they have better catapults. Well, at least we can lure this man to his death.
Here we go.
I was trying to pull the swordsman that was badly wounded away, but it just didn't go quick enough. Wow, you managed to hold on to him enough that you killed both of them. Well, that's upsetting. I probably should have kept Scott in front of that knight a little sooner. But since he's a mission requirement, I got a little nervous on that idea. We'll just hire new ones, it's fine. Thankfully, swordsmen are quite cheap. So, we got that going for us. It's kind of funny that you don't have to pay for their sword. They just have one, apparently. There it is. Iron mine. On the note of... You would think you would need metal. There it is. I left this hole so that the lumber mill can keep running, but I'm constantly considering closing that gap. But at the rate they keep coming from over here, I'm not as worried about it as I was. Well, I'm glad I built that other fishery when I did, because that one's now useless and empty. We should be able to get enough iron before it becomes an issue. Is we'll have some spare food for the next day.
Oh, man.
As long as I don't go too crazy with the hiring now. We have wood to spare at the moment, so I should start buying some upgrades. More hospital beds. I can't afford any of these. Go ahead and just make our builders faster. Because we only have the 2 builders' huts, so I do need better building happening. Then again, I need better building in that my brain's working enough to build things, too. Not exactly doing a stellar job of keeping on task. Once again, I've forgotten what I was planning to do, because I had something in mind that I was going to do. Go ahead and build at least one better house. I still need the iron for the farm. A second barracks wouldn't be a bad idea, but I've not been running into a bottleneck in terms of producing units. It's just been a bottleneck of having comfortable enough resources to spare to do that. Which, on that note, we do have enough wood to spare, so I should get a bunch more archers while I'm thinking about it, because we do actually have spare workers at the second. I paused so that I could get my head on straight again. There we go. Hey ABC, how you doing today?
To me.
Okay. We should be okay for the time being now.
The rightful King Scott the First. Hey.
I don't know, so far Scott the First seems like he's Scott the Worst. I'm just tired. I'm always tired.
The first.
This mission of the campaign's also been a little rough, so that's a whole thing too, but I am perpetually tired. If I just actually sound tired today, it's probably because I'm not holding that off at the moment. I'm just pondering and trying to keep things moving.
Scott the First. Scott the First.
Okay, so there isn't anything too much to worry about over there aside from I found that knight again, which I forgot about for a moment, which was the worst mistake I could have made in this moment, but it's fine. We'll just do this bit again where we lure him over to the archers. Or we lost him. Losing him is also fine.
Research complete.
Yep, we ditched him. Excellent. This means we don't have to lose any swordsmen to him this time. Speaking of, get a few more swordsmen.
Yeah.
Because as we upgrade the houses, we'll be able to make up the worker population just fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a fun time. Here in a little bit, the link should pop up again. Otherwise, just hit exclamation Lurkit and you'll be able to get the link if you wish to check it out. Go ahead and put a tier 2 stone mine over there so we get more in. Oh, good. They're attacking from an angle I've already defended once. I think they should come in through here, so this should be okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's stylized graphics. They'll either hold for those that like it, or if you don't like that style, it's not going to work for you. That's just how that is. Honestly, a strategy game doesn't really need flashy graphics. If anything, it can detract from it at times. Because it makes it harder to tell what's going on.
To me.
Okay, if they're coming from over there, though, it is time for us to close off this gap. Once this stone mine actually gets properly into operation, we should start getting enough stone to properly build off this stone wall more. Fortunately, these archers are going to be too far over, so I'm going to have to build another tower. They just don't have the reach. But our builders are going to be occupied going around to build that chunk of wall that I want them to build. It is currently early access. It will be releasing soon-ish, presumably. Considering this is a preview build of what the later product is going to be. Is the current version has a much more minimal campaign. The focus was on the endless mode up until this version. In fact, here, give me a second and I will double check the page, because I don't remember if they gave me a date at all. I don't think they did. But I did not leave my notes on screen for me to double check easily. So just give me a quick second here and I will check. They do not explicitly state a date yet, so I do not know exactly when 1.0 is happening. The only reason I had uncertainty on that is I could not guarantee whether it was my memory telling me that there wasn't a guarantee there, or if... Go ahead and get rid of that piece of wall so you lot can get out of that hole. Go on. And now we will continue the wall. We don't have any more people to expand our workforce with at the moment, so that'll just have to be good enough. We don't have any crystals, so we can't summon any Dark Knights to help this situation. All of you go over and get in that tower. Catapult can go ahead and get up in this tower, because it should give it some more range once it gets away from the archers. Oh yeah, I still didn't read Scott the Bloody's words here. My brother in arms, another pack of jackals from the guard want to feast on the tortured flesh of the oppressed. But they do not realize that our strength is in the truth. Our cause is just, and my punishing sword longs to sow death. Yeah, you can keep talking big when I'm doing all of the work for you, Scott. Whatever makes you feel better, buddy. That might be out of range to be properly effective, but we'll find out. Yeah, and you can't fit in that tower, can you? One of you's not gonna make it. That's fine. You just stand there. You might be the first to die, and well, that's just gonna have to be your lot in life right now. Yeah, we got plenty of wood. I don't think that'll be ready in time for this attack, but that'll be fine. We have a much smaller standing army than the last situation, but we do have more range support this time, so... Oh, wait, I do have these archers up in the castle still, too. Go ahead and get down and be ready to assist a little bit.
Enemy forces are approaching.
We do at least have stone between us and them this time. There's a reality in which they come around up here, which has me a little nervous. So just in case, set my builders on building that, because this is the section they're gonna hit if they're coming in from here. So I'm more concerned about making sure, as a safety net, because if there's water off screen over here, their pathing might alter and go around all the way to here. And as with any static defense, you kind of need to make sure you have coverage, or they will just walk around it. As we have seen evidenced so many times. No builder nearby. Oh. That's fine. They can't path there. So that's absolutely fine that that's not buildable. Get our houses upgraded. We have iron now, so I should get a farm built before I get too distracted as soon as the housing is done. I really need to actually be able to break a camp or two so I can get more crystals so I can summon knights if we get into an emergency. But things will be what they'll be at the moment. I don't have the luxury of options particularly. Yep, they're going in exactly where I expected them to. There's a lot of them though. Okay, the catapult's gonna need to come down. Oh, never mind. I have a different priority for you guys in mind. Break that catapult. Because they are going to come right through that wall because of that catapult. And there's not a lot we can do about that specific situation at the moment. I should have considered the fact that he'd be bringing catapults at this point.
Are under attack.
But I'm still only used to having fought peasant armies, not real armies. Get out of there, Scott. I know the swordsmen are gonna die, and that's just gonna have to be how it is. I'm just gonna have Scott run around and pick units off as he can, because on a charge he does ridiculous damage. There we go. Battle transfer all the archers so they start chewing through them harder.
The city is under attack.
Distract them for a little bit, Scott. I know it's going to chew you to pieces.
Wall is under attack.
Oh, we are so hosed. This is not working out this time. I could try to get the upgrade done for the barracks, but that's just not going to happen in time. This guy's going to be a jerk and run around attacking things, along with those two. Our catapult's still here, so that's the good news. A chunk of them are going to be distracted chasing Scott, as long as I manipulate him well enough. Yeah, the archers that I left out in the field are all dead. Go ahead and fall back to the castle, kids.
Our people are under attack.
Because this tower's not going to last long enough to make it worth them staying in that tower. I could push my luck a little bit, and that'd be about the best that could do. Thankfully, some of them are also distracted with the wall.
They are attacking our buildings.
So the good news is they're gonna be distracted attacking my infrastructure. The bad news is they are not gonna be distracted by that for long.
The city is under attack.
Alright, ABC. And I think we can still make this work. It's just gonna be really sketchy. Most likely we're gonna have to restart this map, and that's fine.
They are attacking the walls.
But I am not one to give up before our bodies are cold in the ground. Because we will still have 4 days to prepare for the next attack. So,
Fortifications are under
as long as the castle can hold and we don't lose too much of our infrastructure, we should actually still be able to pull this back together again. Honestly, the best part about our soldiers dying is the fact that they go back into the pool, I think, to be made again. So... which sounds awful, but, you know. Sometimes you just gotta accept the benefit of casualties. Yeah, I wanted to move them into archer range. As soon as we have 50 stone again, I'm gonna upgrade the barracks, and that should help alleviate some of our concerns as well. Okay, and the town hall gets repaired, so we're good. We're actually absolutely fine. Oh, we didn't lose much from this either. We lost a little bit of infrastructure, but not too much. Hey there, Lexi, how you doing today? Ugh. Brother in arms, justice prevails. Hear the sweet sound of the breaking of the spines of tyranny's minions. Nothing pleases the eye like a battlefield fertilized with the foul blood of a king's soldiers. I'm glad to hear it, Lexi, and I'm doing fine so far. We just scraped through a really bad fight here that I didn't think I was gonna get away with. Oh wow, that sound alert was super delayed. It only just now played. I don't know what happened there. Okay, I managed to keep the catapult alive, which is great because we weren't going to be able to get a new one anytime quick. We kept the archers alive, which saves us a lot of resources. We have a lot of bodies to bury again, which is not ideal. Good thing I have 2 grave diggers. Our army is once again in shambles, so I don't know if we're going to be able to make any map progress here. Thankfully, most of the infrastructure is okay. I was going to be destroying those lumber mills soon anyway because they were running out of wood that they could reach efficiently. So actually, they did me a favor a little bit by destroying them. That one. Save them walking to the castle even though it's not that far. That could have been so bad. Right, farm. Oh. It's a good thing we still have the good stone mine in place.
They are attacking again.
Y'all just don't give up, do ya?
Oh yeah.
I mean, obviously, why would they give up? They're winning, but... You know, don't tell them that. Yeah, they'll be able to hold that. Okay.
Our fortifications are under attack.
That's fine. We'll be replacing those with stone walls before too awfully long anyway. Oh, they killed all the builders' huts, though. I was wondering why nothing was happening. I should have paid more attention to that. That's potentially going to be a problem. Now, priority build the other builder's hut. We'll worry about everything else afterwards. Once there's more builders, more things will get built. This will be fine. Yeah, catapult, please get out of the way. In fact... Well, you know what? That works. I was gonna put it in the tower either way, but... It's clearly more important to put it up in the tower now. Okay, now we have more builders going out and building things. It's all good, ABC. Hopefully everything's alright. You take care of yourself. For the time being, go ahead and get back in the castle in case they leak through here and I'm not paying attention. Which, fun fact, I very frequently am not paying enough attention at the rate this has been going, so... Do take how this is going with a grain of salt a little bit, because clearly I am not the ideal choice for a game like this, so... Your mileage may vary. Because while I have some experience, I am a scatterbrain, and scatterbrain in behavior is not exactly favored in this genre. But we should be... Well, I hesitate to say we'll be okay, because getting our infrastructure back on track is not going as well as I'd hoped. But we are getting back in there, so... It could be worse, I suppose is the correct statement. Let's see if we can sneak Scott out there to have a look around again. Just gotta be real careful where I send him. I'm trying to find carts of resources more than anything what I'm looking for. So I'm hoping to be able to have amassed a decent-sized army before it gets close to the final wave so we can clear the map out before everything goes sideways. I know there's an enemy camp here with knights in it, is why I'm having him go this way. I'm hoping to get around them without them seeing him. Nope. Time to go! I was never here. I'm not real.
Research complete.
I don't think he's buying it this time, guys. I think he fully believes Scott is a real thing, and this is a problem. Scott bravely ran away. Okay. Y'all are still doing a decent enough job cleaning up the mess. Thankfully, we have plenty of room in the cemetery. Which is not really a sentence I should be as happy to say as I am, but well, here we are. That's just the nature of where we're at right now. Get these other builders' huts upgraded so we get more building done faster. I know I'm pausing a lot more now, but as you might imagine, the situation has gotten more desperate, so it's... I'd hesitate to say necessary to pause, but definitely more helpful to pause. I'm going to lose a lot of berry bushes this way, but the farm will be more stable. And we desperately need stable food supply. Speaking of food supply, okay, I've used all my wood, right? Got so used to having all of the wood in the world before that last attack ruined our infrastructure. I am in shambles, but we'll be fine. We're gonna be riding the ragged edges of disaster for a little bit here. No. Event Horizon I've heard of before. I haven't actually seen it myself, but I've heard decent things if I'm remembering the right movie. So far, things are okay. As you can tell by the ragged walls everywhere, the rebellion's not going ideally. It's going better than expected, considering I thought I was going to lose on that last wave, but we're still here, so... all things considered, better than expected. Yeah, I know, food's not looking great, but we just got that farm built, so we'll be fine. I mean, there would be ragged buildings, but the ones that got attacked don't exist anymore, so, you know, not ragged, just gone. It's okay, I built better ones. It all worked out. But those houses were condemned already anyway. Let's get a granary built, I guess, over here. People are getting sick again, but it's fine. We have a hospital. They'll get over it. And if they don't get over it, well, such is the times. Sometimes people don't get through a disease. That's just how it be. Hey, let's put in a fountain, actually. They'll like a fountain, and it'll get me more people without me having to build more houses. How a fountain allows more people to live in a house is somewhat beyond me. Exactly. They will become better, faster, stronger every time. Sadly, I don't have $1 million for $1 million man, but I'll take what I can get.
You're the Lord.
Let's see. Okay, this fishery is dead. Goodbye. Okay, food situation is stable now that it calculated the farms. That's okay. I really want the better barracks. Oh, what is this? Oh, the dead have risen because the corpses were left there too long. That's inconvenient. On the bright side, this disposes of the corpses nicely, so I'll take that, actually. Because for some reason, the dead don't leave rotting corpses behind like the living do. They're considerate that way, I guess. Not really sure how that works, but you know what? Just, that gets filed under don't think about it too hard, just like other things that we've been dealing with today. We have 1 day left before... oh, never mind. I keep forgetting. It'll say day 14 here and 15 down there, but it's... the timer will match appropriately for what it actually is. I just don't understand it correctly. We'll just do a better stone wall this time. This does, however, mean I need to make more archers. I mean, good calculation there if you manage to get it that close, though. Hope that weapon's worth it with how much you just had to spend for it. I have to spend all my stone just to make a good enough wall to hold them out. Excellent. That's what matters at the end of the day. Is that it was worth it. So the problem with thickening up the wall here is if they still get caught like in this corner here, it's still about the same thickness. So I'm going to need to push the wall a little further, more this way, just to be on the safe side. But the huge pile of archers we have are all going to go in that pile there. And I am going to build another guard tower closer so the catapult spends longer able to fire. Alright. All aboard. Everybody in the bus. Everybody a little fit in the bus, get in the bus. And a lot of them are gonna fit in the bus. Okay. We still need more archers then, but I do have to juggle priority a little bit here. Okay. Yeah, cheaper ammo is a huge advantage as well. Oh, don't worry. If that tower goes down, they'll find out it's a bus because they're getting thrown under it.
The rightful King Scott the First.
It's not how I want that to go, but that's gonna be how it goes. Yeah, the biggest problem is I've now built the wall a little out of arrow range. Correct, yes. On the bright side, this game doesn't have fall damage like some games do as far as being on the walls goes, but if the sudden stop doesn't get them, the very large pile of angry men with swords will. I'm not sure a double thick stone wall is gonna hold these guys for long, considering what happened to the last wall we had, but... Well, one takes longer to kill you, I will definitely say that, and it's unfortunate that that's the truth. If I had to choose, I'd say I'd rather take the fall damage and be done in one go, than being repeatedly stabbed. Oh, they got knights now, huh? Yikes. Oh, it's all knights all the time, too. Double speed, gentlemen.
Fortifications are under attack.
Oh, the archers lived, aside from the ones that didn't fit in the last tower. They at least managed to make it to the castle before anything too bad happened. But against knights, they're not going to be able to get away. Not like last time. I anticipated some knights. I didn't realize they were going to send an entire wave of nothing but knights. But they seem to be having more trouble getting through the wall with the knights, so we might actually be okay.
They are attacking the walls.
Oh, that's a problem, though. Scott, I need you to go around and deal with that problem. Summon some replacement swordsmen as well, please.
They are attacking the walls.
Well, I think the kicker to them is they're faster, is the main thing. So they get to the wall faster, but they don't deal as much immediate damage to the wall. Because the last wave also had a couple giant guys with big swords that probably were the main vector by which the damage to the wall was happening. These guys just have regular sized swords and some lances, which aren't exactly going to be great at breaking stone. Scott's not doing a great job up there either, but he's holding them at bay long enough for the swordsman to get in there. Oh yeah, they did great damage to the soldiers. They're doing great damage to the soldiers. Run, Scott. Your part in this is done now. Oh, because you need to live for this mission to be successful. Okay, this wave actually is playing out a lot better than the last one. It's not great, and all those soldiers are dying a miserable death, so I probably should have kept Scott in there, because he's gonna have to go back in now. Archers to the castle, please. I said archers to the castle, please, so you can shoot those knights for me. Get out of there, Scott, so you don't die.
Our fortifications are under attack.
Oh, don't worry. I'm touching more than I want to. Hey, you. Poke. Pay attention. Come here. Now I run. Goodbye. I know that's gonna get the farm hit, but it's gonna get this guy arrows rained on him. That went so much better than the last one. Oh my god. Now that the fight's over, now I can more clearly state that. The double thick wall worked out. We wouldn't have even had much in the way of casualties if I didn't have to split my attention to deal with the 3 knights that they sent up top. Oh. He regenerates, he'll be fine. He has come out of every single one of these engagements nearly dead because I keep using him to save as many soldiers as I can. Which is half the time not very many because it just gets out of hand too quickly. But if we can get this level 2 barracks going and get all that in hand well, we'll actually be fine. I know I keep waffling back and forth of, it's over, it's fine, it's over, it's fine. But tier 2 soldiers are way better than tier 1 soldiers so far, so it will make a very nice difference for us. Because now we can start getting spearmen, crossbowmen, healers, axemen, instead of just flimsy, armorless swordsmen. Which, let's get a few axemen out. Swordsmen have the advantage of being incredibly cheap and numerous, but axemen aren't that much more expensive. It's just 1 stone. And they hit pretty hard. And they at least have a little bit of armor. I do find it interesting that they type these as cold weapons, because I assume it's just like cold steel is what they're getting at when they say that. I could still send a decent amount of swordsmen if I wanted to, but our population is becoming an issue. Let's see how y'all do at dealing with this problem. Yeah, see, they're rinsing the soldiers. If you just mean the part about his health being low, he regenerates, he'll be fine. I was just explaining the quality difference between tier 1 and tier 2 units. Which is mostly just, these guys have actual armor and they deal more damage, without being that much more expensive. I definitely want to get some spearmen, but I need iron before spearmen. Right after that, I was just talking about how they were cleaning house with the soldiers. There really wasn't much to note about that. We can get our own horsemen as well now. I haven't actually used those before. Oh, the stable's kind of big, though. Yeah, exactly. We'll go ahead and put that there. Because we have a few days yet before the real attack happens. And it looks like I'm going to have to accept the fact that these other camps are going to attack me too, because I'm not going to be able to get a good force going to clean them out from the look of things. Which is going to be unfortunate. But that's just how life is right now. Get some more fisher huts up so we keep that food situation under control. But yeah, spearmen are very durable and they're good against cavalry, as you'd expect from spearmen. Yeah, I know, not enough people. Low plastic.
Reporting.
I do, but I don't need them yet. They are low priority because it's not the attack day yet. Higher priority to get all the infrastructure and all of the weaponry ready to go before worrying about getting the walls up. Okay, horse archers aren't too expensive. I'm trying to do priority order here. And I don't know where they're going to attack from either, so if I built like a whole wall over here and they never attacked from over here, it'd be a waste of material.
Yes, sir.
And Lord knows material has been a little bit tight so can't really afford to be wasting. I can get my Axemen more health, make my healers better. Better stone walls would be great, but I don't know if I can do anything with that information at the moment particularly. I was kind of looking to see if there was something that allowed me to fit yet more people into the housing. And it's not looking like that's a thing without going into territory we can't get to. I might have been better off saving up to see if I could get an engineer's guild down to make more catapults instead of getting this stable, but I was curious about the stable. Because more catapults would be very good. But curiosity was strong. Yeah. They've been burning my farms and my lumber yards very frequently. Considering those end up having to be out on the outskirts because of what they are and what they can do. I really need to get my population cap up. Problem is I don't have a ton of space to fit housing in. Without, like, putting them out here where danger is likely to be, because we know there's an enemy camp right over here. And I'm trying to make it so that I don't have to play the population seesaw game as all my people get slaughtered. And there's the first view bot seller of the day. Took a while for one of those to happen this time. I was kind of hoping they actually stopped for a while. I could start trading resources, and that wouldn't be my dumbest idea so far, but wouldn't be my best idea either at the moment. I think I'm best served just waiting for my population to roll in on the next day and starting to hire a larger army. The biggest issue that's going to happen is more than likely by the nature of what's going to be happening here because of the final attack wave taking on the camps that are on the map. We are more than likely going to get attacked on every side, and I just don't think we have the resources to handle that. Since we've been having so much trouble fighting a focused attack on one side, let alone fending off anything from any other angles. So I'm genuinely very concerned that we are going to peter out right here at the end of the map. Best case scenario, it's going to end up a very similar case to the last map where we got by just by letting everything be destroyed and the castle be the last bastion of hope. Grab a couple crossbowmen, some spearmen, a healer, and some more axemen. We have a lot of archers, is why I'm not gonna grab a ton of crossbowmen, and I feel like I'm gonna need some ground forces this time to buy time once a wall falls.
Yeah.
The only thing is, I have a very bad feeling about, like I was talking about already, the directions at which we're gonna be attacked. But no matter how I look at this, we're not going to be able to manifest significant more resources because I mishandled how I was covering this map. Like, I'm not even gonna two words about it. I screwed up because I didn't expand aggressively enough to keep the resource train rolling, but I also was on the back foot the entire map. Which that also was kind of my own fault as well. Because I let that situation get out of hand. Because I didn't have the foreknowledge. Which, not having the foreknowledge isn't my fault. But allowing it to get it out of hand is my doing. The good news is, if we fail, I can just do it again and do it better. So that's the good news. Yeah, get me more attack speed for the crossbows. I'm going to need that. And upon reflection, I'm going to grab some more crossbows. Because I thought about it, and yes, having a good ground force is going to be important, but I also need enough bodies to man additional towers if necessary. And I can't split my archers too much or they're going to become ineffective.
Yeah.
So, I do have an awkward spot there.
Yeah.
And on the bright side, if these crossbows work accurately, they should punch through armor pretty decently.
Our fortifications are under attack.
Oh yeah, the random spawns again. Joyous day. Kill them.
Yeah.
This will be practice for the real thing anyway.
Yeah. Yeah.
There we go. Now, there is a reality in which I should have actually manifested the Engineers Guild like I was talking about and replaced some of those crossbows with catapults. And since I'm not even using this stable, I am actually just going to get rid of it. Because in the current state of game we're in, building that was actually useless. Building that was a mistake. So I'm not going to be able to appropriately make use of cavalry in this situation. Okay, they're attacking from the same direction again with the main force. That's fantastic news. I am going to put a couple towers in places, however, because remember what I was just talking about with the camps on the map being activated by this. And this is the... Actually, no, this isn't the final wave yet. I'm panicking for nothing. This is 5 out of 6, not 6 out of 6. So this is just going to be a big attack over here. So that'll actually be okay. We'll get those towers in place anyway. But that's not actually going to be the big problem. Yeah, I know. Not the right place for this building. It's because I'm building it on top of itself, I know. And we'll triple thick a portion of this wall. This is what they're going to run into, just like before.
What is it?
Crossbowmen, get up in that tower. We'll see how many archers we'll be able to fit in there afterwards. Basically all of them, I think. Alright, everybody on board.
The rightful King's Cod the First.
I don't mind spending a little bit of the wood, though, to make sure we have some coverage around. What I really should have done was actually plug this hole, because they may still sneak those knights in again. Hindsight being 2020, of course. But we can still plug that hole here in a moment. The biggest issue is going to be my builders getting too distracted doing all of the things I'm telling them to do, and not getting to what I need them to do. But we have a lot of builders, so they should be able to get the job done. Because they don't take too long to build these wooden walls. This is also why we keep upgrading the builders' huts, to make sure we have enough people getting the job done. Oh... Okay, they're actually building the right order at the moment. Okay. I got a little concerned they were going to build themselves into a corner again, and I was going to be very annoyed. We're actually going to build a gate for a change. Over here. Just so I don't have to keep watch on the group that builds these two bits here. To make sure they don't build themselves into a box.
Research complete.
Okay, there were archers that didn't fit. You guys just hang out in the castle. It's only 2 archers, and I'd rather have them on standby in case things go sideways somewhere. Y'all need to chill with this whole walking up and trying to break my stuff thing.
Our buildings.
Yeah, as you can see, against a handful of enemies, this ground force is more than enough. Which is the main thing they're really going to be used against. They're not going to be used against quantity of enemies. Am I gonna have to start executing builders? I feel like I'm gonna have to start executing builders. What is this? What level of stupidity is this? God damn it. Like, yes, I told them to build it all at the same time. It's just like, you would think just a little bit of thought would have gone into not building a circle as your build order. Just build a little bit of an expansion there to make up for it. It's gonna be a little bit out of range, probably. Yeah, it's not gonna be ideal, but... The level of intellect I work with here, I swear. I don't think we're gonna have time to capitalize on that house being built, but worst case, it'll give me an option of having fallback troops ready to go. Because I suspect that this is going to be not just knights this time. They're gonna send more significant things than just a handful of knights. It's gonna be probably knights and the rest of the batch. Hopefully they don't send another catapult. They're probably going to send another catapult, though. Oh, people are gonna start getting hungry, too, because I've added more housing. Go pick berries over there. It's gonna have to do. If people get hungry, well, so be it. The population's gonna get reduced here in a minute anyway. Okay, we'll have 6 days before the final attack to make whatever it is we can make happen. Close that damn gate, you silly bastards. As before, once they're fully engaged with... Oh wait, there are more archers stuck than I thought. Oh yeah, that's a thing I keep forgetting we can do, by the way, is you can actually garrison the wall with archers too. So you guys just hang out on the wall. That's gonna be your job. I kept not thinking about that because I don't like the idea of having them stationed on the wall itself, since that is a death sentence, most likely, but... At the current juncture, that's probably just how things are gonna be. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna have time to get that up and running, so it's not worth worrying about. We could get an Engineers Guild built for the final battle, so get to work on that. There is so many of them. This is why I was really thinking about more catapults. Scott, don't just go charging in there ahead of everybody else this time, because those are all spears. They will shred you. There is a catapult. Scott, that's gonna be your job. Get that catapult. That is the purpose of cavalry. Oh, my military is hosed, though. They are not gonna survive, even with a healer in play. Pull out. Pull back. Separate the enemy army a little bit so that they're not getting as overwhelmed. That's not the one I wanted to click. It is very hard to click an individual in the pile. Nope, you guys hang loose for a second, get your health back, and then you can go back in. Catapult's destroyed. I am gonna have to do some shenanigans here in order to have a hope in hell of making this work. Yeah, look at that damage to Scott immediately. Just on first collision alone, pretty much. Okay, Scott, you are just gonna have to stay out of this, as expected. Go back in and start cutting them down a little bit again. Thankfully, it is taking them some time to get through the wall, so they are getting chewed up pretty good. Problem is, we just have no population to work with at all. I have no population wiggle room to spawn units. Okay, this fishery's empty, so that gives me some population. Am I really gonna have to do something stupid here to make this work? I'm genuinely considering the stupid option at the moment. We have population room, we just have to hold out till daylight to get that population to come into play. The stupid idea I'm considering is blowing up some of my own infrastructure in order to have worker bodies to send out in armor right now. I'm not gonna panic and do that yet. You get I wish it was easier to grab your injured units. That is one thing that is consistently a problem. It's short of zooming in a lot more, which has its own problems. I can't really get a hold of specific troops very well. Because you don't like have unit lines like you do in some RTS. Like we don't have individual portraits of their health bars and everything.
The axe is excited. Yes, sir. Charge.
I'm just gonna send those 2 men to their death, probably. That's just gonna be what it is. The good news is we are actually managing to cut them down better than it was looking like at first. Yep, that man's dead. You lot are gonna have to get out of that tower here soon. We got our population in though. Get some replacement troops in the field. I'm gonna risk sending Scott back out too. Guys, get in there.
They are attacking.
Oh, we're good actually. We're good. We did it.
Advancing
They didn't break through.
to the
Except these jerks over here again. God damn it.
reporting.
Every time, just like the handful of random jerks just start ruining everything. Either way though, we did it. We survived that wave in better shape than I thought. I really thought that tower was gonna fall. Wow, he just did not pay any mind to the guys attacking him. He just kept chewing on that berry picker. What a bastard. What a guy. Okay, everybody out of the tower. Everybody out of the tower. Thank you. Some of you stand by in this tower here for when those jerks show up again, because they're going to show up again. And we are gonna have to go try to wreck shop a bit before the finale. Otherwise we're in trouble. Well, I think. But I also need to get some infrastructure back in shape again here. And I can't build the fishery where I want to. Even though it would be next to the fishing spot here, it doesn't count. And there's a few too many dead guys there for me to really move that. It's got 67 corpses in it. That's a little too much. If we unleashed all of that on ourselves right now, that would just be the fastest way to wipe my own game. Let's get a couple more catapults though, because that'll help immensely in home defense. Riding the ragged edge of disaster more than I thought. Yes, bigger hit area. That will make a very big difference for us as well. And I know, I'm probably putting too much stock in catapults, but just trust me when I say catapults will help. Let's see if we can at least clear this camp. Since this camp's been a thorn in my side. I do need to get a new lumber mill up and running though, because we lost our only lumber mills. So we'll put a couple out.
The rightful King's Hall the Third.
Okay, march in there. I need you to get the attention of everybody that isn't the catapult. Okay, Scott, go for the catapult so it gets destroyed before it ruins. Oh, holy nope. Never mind. Never mind. Get out of there. What is that? Oh no. Mistakes have been made. Mistakes have really been made here today, folks. This was a terrible decision. Let's fight a pitched battle out here away from the worst of it.
Starving, sire.
I know people are starving. I'm busy right now. I have a problem. I have so royally fucked up. Oh no. Keep falling back now that they don't have knights to chew us to pieces. Everybody into that tower. Or that can. Oh, such a grievous error here. Such a grievous error. Oh, and a bunch of you didn't fit in the tower. Get out of there, you fools! I'm glad I noticed they were stuck before all of them died. Oh god, okay. They died to catapults. Okay. No, they didn't. I do wish their health bars wouldn't disappear when they get knocked in the air, but didn't die. I do really feel like the health bar should stay there, so you aren't just lied to by the game constantly. Just put it here. We're probably gonna lose it, and at this point, I just don't have it in me to worry about that. And we'll put another one over here. We just have to solve this food problem, or it's just gonna keep coming up again and again, and I just... No more. No more food problem. Because having to sit here and micromanage the fishing industry has also led to its own issues.
Our fortifications are under attack.
Yeah. Guys, hang on. I told you to get out of that tower and go over there. Catapults, roll over there too, please. Sending the catapults as well is excessive, but that's just how I feel about this at this point. And the problem with destroying these tents is they're going to spawn more dudes, I presume, when they break them. We got rid of the majority of the enemies that are over there now, but we also lost the majority of our force in the process. It's a good thing axemen don't take wood to spawn, so we can at least get a decent fieldable army again.
The city is under attack.
What? Where? Why? You. Of course it's you again. Of course they showed up as soon as the farm exists.
Our fortifications
Though I
are
think
under
the
attack.
archery pile here is going to handle this before the farm's destroyed, but just in case. And this is under control now. The gate will need to be repaired, but that's handled by auto repair. Okay. Yeah, and you guys didn't even fit in there either, but that's okay. Just hang out in there for the
Research
moment.
complete.
Just so I have somewhere to keep track of you where you're not going to get into trouble. What a mess. At this rate, no, I don't have any wood because lumber has been devastated time and again. Oh yeah, we lost our stockpile. That's where one of our issues came from, is I think that was the stockpile that had all the wood. Oh god, why? Okay, you go hang out in this tower. Now that I have a second to think, you go hang out in that tower until I have a desperate need to send you somewhere specific. We have 4 days to get my shit together.
Our food stores are almost empty.
I am well aware the food stores are almost empty. Once the farmers get their act together, it'll be okay. It'll be fine. Hopefully. Yeah, because 106 were produced during the last day, so we're close. And I think that was before this farm actually fully kicked into gear. People hungry and people angry, and that's just how it's gonna be right now. Let's get a couple more healers in the bunch this time. It seems like only having the one healer was very much not sufficient. Shocking concept, I know. One healer not being enough to keep an army alive. Especially against the numbers we were dealing with. I don't really want to strip all of the archers from the walls. So what I'll do is I'll strip the crossbowmen and send them with the army. Because I do want to try again to get rid of this camp. It's a terrible idea. But I feel like with how much I've expended on it already, it would make it a complete waste to not try to finish it off. Which really sounds like some cost fallacy coming into play here, but, you know. When have I not made mistakes?
Reporting.
Neat. Yeah, I need money before I can upgrade that, and I need a market to make money, and that's arguably should be above the pay grade of what we're doing at this point. I'm just waiting for the last of the spearmen to be ready, and then we'll go see about clearing this out. What I actually should do, thinking about it, I'm not gonna bring the catapults too close because they're not gonna be able to retreat, but if I bring them within a certain range, they might be able to help out. It just means I'm not gonna be able to fall back without sacrificing the catapults. These fucking guys with their catapults, I swear. On the bright side, Scott makes a great catapult target because he won't get hit. Oh, there's more than one catapult in there too, huh? Okay. Well. On task, children. Go for it. Oh, there is still a decent amount of soldiers left. Switch priorities. Why did you three ignore orders? Oh, there's still so many in there. My lord, why? How do they expect you to manage to clear that? Don't retreat completely, just fall back. Get out of their range and let our catapults help. I am gonna take grievous casualties once again here, and there's just not much of two ways about that at this point because I made too many mistakes. But on the bright side, this should depopulate a chunk of this area. I should have known better thinking that they were all gone from that area, considering we were only able to get close and not actively up to their tents. And this is the other reason I pulled back when I did, because I had a feeling this was gonna happen again. Nice, nice. I would certainly hope so with how much you had to spend to get that gun. Okay, so we pulled that back together again. They'll be able to get their health back, so we didn't lose too much on that, and we did kill a few of them. You know, don't worry about all of the friendly corpses you're seeing out there. It's okay. It's just a figment of your imagination, mostly.
Yeah.
The thing is, if there's that many of them over there before I even destroy those tents, I don't know if I'm even gonna manage to survive the final attack if there's gonna be that many extras from all those tents.
Yeah.
I know sitting here thinking about it and worrying about it's not gonna change anything, but
Yeah.
it is scary.
Yeah.
Let's start getting a wall built over here, because if they are gonna pour out of these tents with the final wave, I need something between them and all of this, or we're going to just crumble.
Yeah.
The crossbows have been proving effective, though, so I'm getting more of those. I might just need to get a sacrificial housing block out somewhere so I have the population. Because even if the houses are destroyed, I keep the units once they're spawned, so I might be able to leverage that. And I think I might have to leverage that. Let's get the upgraded concrete as well. Because the more durable our walls are, the better hope we have of holding this together. Because a lot of this is going to be buying time. Like, I don't want that to be how that's going to go, but that's just how it's going to have to be. Which has been the theme of this entire mission is, I don't want this to be this way, but this is where we're at. Like, I'm very worried about the wasted resource potential, like I discussed before, but I feel like with this right here, it isn't going to end up being a waste of resources. If anything, I'm just going to have a situation, like I discussed at the beginning, where I'm not going to have enough resources to go around for all of our issues. I see the lackeys of the arrogant overlord, who have been afraid to stick their noses any further than the campfire, preparing to participate in the final attack. Let him come. There's more than enough room for all of them under the ground. I wish I could share your confidence, Scott. I really wish I could share your confidence right about now. But that is definitely the confidence of a zealot rather than a sane man right now. Our current situation is not great. Don't know if these... Yeah, no, these don't stack. But apparently it does highlight the castle as well? So I can squeeze a little bit of population out like that. Oh, here comes all of the undead, so let's deal with that. Okay, see, they're attacking from all of 4 of these directions labeled. Ah, of course, it's all propaganda. You know what? You're right, Snork. That makes nothing but sense.
Easy. My orders.
Need to get those zombies off that Engineers Guild before it gets too upsetting.
Our fortifications are under attack.
This is gonna be so bad because my timing's off again. Ooh. This is so scuffed and so sketchy. Because we've got a big gaping hole over here where 2 lines of troops are coming from. If these tents do in fact pop like they're supposed to and they're not actually just like added to these 4 directions, this wall is necessary. This is exactly the fate I was talking about, where I'm just not gonna have the capacity to block everything I need to block off.
Is under attack.
As shown by this happening again.
Hey. As good as done.
It's not an F yet, it's just a likely F.
Whatever you say.
We've somehow pulled back from worse. And I do still have a minute to pull something out of my ass here. It's just a matter of what that something's gonna be. I need a catapult over here. And since they are gonna be attacking in mass, I'm gonna put a catapult in here, because it should be able to shoot over into the bunch that's coming from here. What I need to know is why are... Oh, it's because the lumber mills are having to travel too far. That's the problem. That's why our wood supply has been horrendous.
They are attacking again.
But unfortunately, I've had to cover too many angles with too little attention and span at the moment. So it's just been all bad all around at this point. I've separated myself in the wrong ways to cover these problems.
Our fortifications are under attack.
and I'm probably not gonna have time to actually get the rebuilt fortifications built. That's just gonna, again, be how this plays out. This is just gonna be a loss at the end of the day, most likely, but it's only a guaranteed loss if I accept defeat before or the stone's cast. My ragtag little band's gonna have to figure something out. Thankfully, I can manifest a pile of spearmen thanks to all of the iron we still have stockpiled, and I'm just gonna fill the queue with spearmen at this point. Yep, here comes that camp, and this is what's gonna break it for us. Crossbowmen, just get to the castle. Yeah, the lack of walls in certain angles are gonna be the death of us. And because I split my attention, Scott died immediately. So never mind. That didn't matter. I thought he was still on hold. He wasn't, so he just charged himself to his death. I think I unclicked hold when we did that last attack, and I forgot to click it again. Of all the things to throw the fight at the end with, this is why I hate load-bearing units in these games. It's so easy for them to end up just randomly dying if you don't have them boxed away somewhere. Oh, that's infuriating. Nothing for it but to try again, though. So I'm committed on the rebellion path. What this means, though, is this map will probably be the last map of the day, because it took us a while to get to that point to begin with. I just need to manage things a bit smarter this time, instead of wasteful like the initial start was before. They gave me a different spawn, didn't they? Yeah, this is a different spawn. The fish was over here last time, and now the fish is over here. Huh. Well, that definitely puts a damper on the whole knowledge advantage thing, but that's fine. Okay. Lumber mill's right here this time. This way they put the wood straight into the fortress from all the wood right here. So there's that on this angle, this is actually a benefit. Just gonna sit here and think about this a little bit more this time. And don't forget to build a builder's hut at the beginning, you dingy. Okay. And they're attacking from this direction this time. The side where I have no choke point potential. Joy. The possibility of just restarting has definitely crossed my mind. But it'll be okay. We had a bad start last time, and if we managed to hold till the final wave on a bad start the last time, who's to say we can't make this one work, right? Right. Win or lose, though, this is last go for now. Is more than likely we'll be at like 4.5 hours, give or take, when this is done. Because I think this was like a near hour on this map. I wasn't really paying that close attention to time, though. Thank you. I'm going to need it. We do have the advantage of still having those Dark Knights to spawn, so we can still work that angle. Unfortunately, I did not build a stone thing this time. So that's going to complicate things a little bit. I'm currently really crossing my fingers that my order of operations isn't going to shoot me in the foot here. But I'm doing that order of operations specifically because I'm trying to avoid forgetting the important bits again, like I did last time. Because mismanaging our early game resource, specifically being wood, was what sabotaged it a fair bit. Arguably, I don't need a wall for the first go-around, but a wall will help for the first go-around. To a certain degree, the Dark Knights form their own wall. But having an actual wooden wall there to let the catapult do a bit of work at the start will make a difference.
To me.
And we will make more use of Scott at the beginning this time, since the beginning units they have aren't as dangerous to Scott as I thought they were going to be. Part of that was me not understanding Scott's limitations enough. Need that population to come in. As soon as that population comes in, I can start making things happen here. On the bright side, we should be able to get a barracks up and running earlier this time, which should help tip the tide a little bit better. And I know this wall looks a little silly, with it just being a flat chunk of wall here, but I'm hoping that it will be enough of a distraction for them. Just build 2 more houses. Since the population won't be there when the food check happens, having those extra houses is only going to be a benefit. Though I don't think they're both going to be built before the population hit comes. Yeah, that's fine. Of course, now I spent too much wood, but it's okay.
Enemy forces
Get
are
them
approaching.
working on that. And now it's combat management time. And I appreciate all of you that have chosen to stick around for this, even while I've fumbled some of this. Do appreciate everyone's time. I really hope they don't just choose to go through the woods and completely ignore this wall. I feel like they're going to completely ignore this wall.
The rightful King Scott the First.
And I'm going to be a little smarter about summoning my Dark Knights this time. I'm going to wait till they actually impact the wall instead of spawning them early. No, they know the wall's there already, apparently, and are moving in a way that'll mostly bring them around it. Catapult, please, don't freak out. Now is not the time to be freaking out like that.
To me.
Oh, there we go. Now they're targeting the wall. No. God damn it! Scott, where are you going? I swear his AI is a pain in my ass sometimes. I know what he's doing, but I'm mad that he's doing it. Because that's what was gonna happen. The classic RTS AI decides it knows better than you do about what that unit's gonna do. Okay, yeah, this is going infinitely better than the first wave did last time. I don't think I actually needed the 2 sets of Dark Knights this time, which is odd. But I think it was purely just the positioning and timing difference this time, compared to just dropping them in the middle of the enemy army like I did before. Go find trouble. Because now we're going to be wasting having them a little bit. But still, I'll take the fact that that went better. Get the builders' huts up. Okay, good. They did find an enemy camp. They'll do a little bit of damage, but they're just mostly going to get wiped out. If I hadn't split my attention at that exact second, we could have scooped up all these resources. Which, actually, hang on, I have an idea. This is a bad idea, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Time to steal all your stuff. Here I come to steal your things. Now I just need to lose these guys. Who's the Robin Hood now, motherfucker? I think these knights are gonna stay glued to him too much, so we'll bring them around to the troops. and hope that that works out in our favor.
Cod the first.
I am gonna lose some troops this way, but we got faster resources that we wouldn't have had otherwise, so I thought it was gonna be worth the gamble. Now we have a question mark, though. With this rock here, is that a mountain that stretches far enough this way that they'll path around it and go this way? Or are they gonna go this way? I don't like that that's a question mark. I am decidedly uncomfortable with that question mark. So I am going to go ahead and just preemptively put a wall there. Which admittedly burns most of our bonus wood that I got out of stealing wood over there, but that's gonna be how it'll be. I'm not gonna worry about the corpse. Well, no, I kind of have to worry about the corpses, don't I?
The rightful King's Cod the first.
Especially as the casualties start mounting from the one knight running roughshod over our troops here. So I'm gonna need to get a gravedigger running. God damn it. I was hoping to be cheeky and get around that problem. At least for a little while. The bright side is we're close to being able to get a barracks going. And I think it is earlier than it was last time. Not really actively calculating that much, if I'm honest. Got a few too many other things going on up in the old head right now. Yeah, just gonna have to accept the fact that I'm gonna need to build this post-haste. I rushed it last time too, and I was hoping to, like I said, avoid doing that, but necessary casualties over here that probably weren't actually necessary at all. This is when there's a bunch of nonsense. Ow. I'm trying to explain a thing here, video game. Why are they attacking so early this time, on that note? Because they didn't send the random squad of dudes till I had a barracks up last time. This is just annoying. Because they're gonna break that builder's hut. There's no way I'm gonna be able to stop them from doing that. Oh, that's so annoying. This is why I hate these random attacks sometimes, though, especially early on when there's no way you could possibly have enough of a setup going to block all possible avenues they could come in from. All this is doing is wearing me down, which is exactly the point. And I understand and respect it on the angle of what it's designed to do. I just don't agree with it. I feel like that's a bit of a cheap shot this early on. But it's not inaccurate to how an actual player would probably be probing and attacking you as early as they can, too, so... there's that to consider. What was I planning to build? Brain, please. I need you on task here, man. Come on. Work with me here. Like, I think that is the biggest thing that I'm having trouble with right now. Like I already mentioned, his brain is just not on task. Which is why I didn't play this on Tuesday. I was hoping Brain was going to be better today. And it is in some ways better, in some ways worse. There's also the extra layer of there might just not have been a good day this week for Brain to be fully on task. We'll just make the best of it we can. I still want to get a barracks going. We are out-consuming our food production hard, though, and I'm only just now actually properly noticing that. So I'm gonna have to put off getting the barracks again. Somehow this manages to just be just awkward and off of what I want enough again that I think we're going to be just as late on the barracks as we were last time. An arguable bright side is we do have more room within our actual logical spacing here in order to fit more housing and more everything. And better fish space. I really should just chuck a berry picker over here. They're probably gonna get destroyed by random attack number I've lost count, but... Speaking of, I guess just chuck a watchtower over here so I get an idea when they're gonna show up again. I'm gonna remain a little bit salty about those random attacks sabotaging my entire thought process.
People are starving.
Gee, I wonder why they're starving. Could it be because I'm fighting a war over here? Probably. Probably that. That would make nothing but sense.
Are approaching.
I do have more population than I'm actually using, and I acknowledge that, but I also needed means of generating resources. Should put another lumber mill down. Get some of those people to work. We're gonna do the same bit again, where I'm just gonna drop the knights on them as the main means of keeping this under control. I'm gonna put all of you on hold position this time so you don't confuse me by charging off stupidly, because I forgot to do that last time, which is what sabotaged that entire setup of the first fight. To think, if I just managed this a little tighter, we would have had this barracks up and running already and would have had the soldiers on this wall ready to shoot. No point bemoaning in what could have been. We got what we have. We'll just have to make the best of it. Hopefully these additional food resources are going to take care of the people are starving problem. Let them fully engage. Scott with me. These are a lot of spearmen, so I'm not gonna go too crazy with Scott here, but I do need to bring him around a little bit. And of course he immediately tripped over the Dark Knights, which was the opposite of what I wanted. And this is falling apart. So I'm gonna have to throw the troops into it again, just like I did last time. Let me click on Scott, please, game. I really wish you guys would be smarter about what I'm telling you to do. Because I know I only told him to attack one guy, and that one guy conveniently died early.
They are attacking our building.
But for some reason, attack move doesn't seem to... Oh, it's a different button in this game. That's why that was a problem. I may as well just restart this. This one's just hosed. I'm not gonna waste everybody's time with letting that one keep rolling. That had such potential to be better, and then I just threw it. And is my imagination, or did they send a different attack that time? Because I don't think it was a massive spearman the second time. I thought it was 2 waves of swordsmen, and then it was something else. Or am I just completely gaslighting myself here? Okay, this mountain being here makes things interesting. It's a good and a bad thing that that's there. Our wood supply is disgusting this time. Part of me wants to chicken out and re-roll this immediately. Because this is pretty bad. He says as he continues to build up everything anyway. Actually, no. Don't build 2 of those. One for now. Is part of the issue we had last time is we had no stone. And for a couple things. I'm trying to get an idea where they're probably going to be moving in from. It'll be from over here. Is they'll hit this cup pretty much and be shunted that way if they end up going particularly far. Because I don't anticipate they'll go straight down. I could easily be wrong about this. But that's what I'm estimating their movement's going to be. So what we'll do is we'll just put a chunk of wall there. Because if I tuck the catapult into here, it should be able to fire decently. I think the hubris move I made of sending the run around to grab the resources is what started the beginning of the end for that last attempt. Because it was definitely a hubris goof-off move that did not work out. Now you guys stay on hold position until I need you.
To me.
Ditto with you, Scott. Is you deciding to run off on your own ends was the entire problem last time for the first go-round. Our population up. It's gonna be a hungry population at first, and that's just gonna have to be what it'll be. I can build a second berry picker, but I don't know if that's really gonna make a meaningful amount of food. I do like that all of the buildings have their own sounds. Yeah, go ahead and put another berry picker over there, because he can run around and grab these. I do feel like I'm getting faster at setting things up, but I just don't know if it's gonna matter, because if I make a bad fumble later, it's gonna end up being the exact same situation again anyway. I'm aiming to leverage the population I get from this, by the way, to build the builders' huts, in case people are wondering why I didn't build them this time. But it really seems like they want me using berry pickers this time, considering there's berries everywhere. Just hopefully they produce a decent amount. Because I don't have to immediately panic about food, since we do have enough storage for 2 days at current population. But our population's about to increase, which is going to throw that calculation off. My biggest fear is just not having enough wood to go around. Because we're gonna have to expand out somewhere to get wood. Which, that is definitely something that keeps getting me in trouble in all of these, is I need to be more willing to expand faster and accept the fact that some of the things I expand out to are going to be destroyed. But I try so hard to only make defendable expansions. You know, not counting all the times I get distracted doing any other thing other than what I need to be doing at the time. That. Build the builders' huts. On the bright side, they are pathing exactly how I predicted they would. Which means the catapult's gonna get a bit of free time here. Is they're actually gonna path across its entire range. Now, if you guys were just a little bit better with that catapult, that'd be great. That's a much better shot. Keep doing more of those. I'm gonna try only summoning the one set of knights into the mix this time. See if I can save them for the next fight. Since Scott's gonna get into the mix too. And these are just swordsmen, so they're not as bad to deal with. Oh, they're within the catapult's radius now, though. There we go. I wondered why it stopped firing, and I just was not managing it close enough to realize for a second. Yeah, Scott should be able to clean this up with the help of the catapult. Or, you know, they're just gonna walk in and start chewing on the catapult. There we go. Yeah, focus on Scott. This way the army can help without risking them getting killed either. There we go. That was pretty clean. We saved one set of Dark Knights for the second wave, as I am going to need them for it. Most likely. Though if I just keep myself in check for a few minutes here, we'll actually be able to get the barracks up now.
Cod the first.
I just need to not spend resources for a few minutes here. Crazy idea, I know. Me not spending my resources like they're going out of style every time they're sitting there for 5 seconds.
It's called the first.
Is part of the thing that's happening is I'm giving in to what they intended, which is making you feel pressured to be constantly making moves.
First.
Which, to a certain degree, I do have to be constantly making moves. I just have to be making the right moves instead of just throwing things around and hoping for the best. And of course they're attacking from a different direction this time. I guess we just got really lucky that they attacked from the same direction every time last time? Huh. So I guess that first time was kind of a gimme in that regard a little bit. This does mean I'm probably not gonna get to... no, we have enough time. I can still get the barracks. I do still have the jerk patrol to deal with, though.
To me. The rightful king's called the first.
With the accent he has, half the time it sounds like he's saying Scott the Third instead of Scott the First. Then again, at this point he would be Scott the Third, considering we've died twice now. But I don't know if he knows that that happened. He probably doesn't.
Yeah,
It'd be kind of weird if he did.
I'm here. Yeah.
Yeah, this is exactly what I feared, though, is the lumber's taking longer to get now. Which is gonna stall us from making a defensive position properly. For this wave. But really, the main thing I need the wall for at this point is just for the enemies to have something to hit for a second while I hit them with the catapult / get other things in position. If I didn't have the builders' huts and the berry pickers here, I would actually let them walk up to the castle on this side and let my units shoot at them from the castle, because the castle would endure that, but that's just not how that's gonna work right now.
Hey. Okay.
We won't worry about getting a tower in, we'll just let them garrison the wall.
Hey.
Sure.
I want them mostly on the safer parts of the wall, because they should be hitting these sections here before they hit the other ones. Expanding it just a little bit to make sure that they don't just go around it, as we've discussed on numerous other occasions. Okay. I feel a little bit better about this one, because we actually are starting to build up our forces a little bit this time. Yeah, I know, you have no wood in range anymore. Go that way, stupid. See those trees? Go get those. Yeah, we have not been producing enough food, but I think I only just recently built that Fisher hut, so I don't know if it's counted that one in yet or not. Just in case, though, build another one.
To me. Alright.
Keep you all in reserve.
The first.
Keep Scott back a little bit so he has room to maneuver. Judging from the water there, I think they're going to come around on this side. Which is why I placed the walls the way I did. Because I'm banking on them going around that. Yeah, because they are going to path straight into it and then presumably go up slightly. I As soon as they get, like, here, I'm gonna drop the knights in. Which we do have more knights to spare this time. I almost feel like it might actually be in my better interest to sacrifice the rebels before I sacrifice the knights. Since we don't seem to get crystals back the way I thought we would. But I'm gonna play it the way I've been playing it for the moment. Pop one set of knights in on the side of them there. These are spearmen, so I'm not sure I want to send Scott in necessarily. But I feel like we also don't have much of a choice. This way they're bottled in here. You know, except now the knights are dead. Oh, and here comes the random squad just in time to screw up my plans. Oh, this is going a lot worse this time. Ungarrison, get out of there, kids. You guys are expensive to replace at the moment. We're gonna have to send the boys in. Move the catapult back so it can continue firing. We are gonna have casualties aplenty out of this, though. There's just no two ways about that. Which is what I was trying to avoid. The biggest thing we probably want to hang on to out of the rebel force, though, is Fordor here. Since he's a nice, big, strong boy. But you'll notice this is just falling apart right now. And I don't know why they're making mincemeat of my forces so much easier this time. Like, they made mincemeat of the rebel force before, too, so that part's not the shocking bit. Yeah, the catapult can't get in the castle, so you just need to get out of the way. Fordor, you come around here, too. I'm gonna have to just sacrifice those buildings, I think. And hope that they focus on the castle. Like, it didn't help that they got the extra 4 dudes that showed up. I need these two to just stay out of the way for the moment, though. But, like, you would think having the additional actual swordsmen as well would have helped my situation, but somehow it just went worse, and I can't quite put my finger on why, except maybe the fact that the wall was smaller, so they weren't as distracted? And it might actually have been a waste to make those archers, because the swordsmen seem to have made a better inroad into dealing with the enemy than the archers did. I am gonna have to make a graveyard again, which inevitably I was gonna have to make a graveyard at some point. I was just hoping to put it off longer. Rebuild the builders' huts. That berry picker is fine that I lost that. Just put it over here closer to the berries now. So we lost the majority of the rebel force again. We got to keep the big guy, though, which might come in handy later. And I hesitate to say we're in a worse position than we were last time, but we could have been in a better position. His disease is gonna run rampant because of this unfortunate corpse placement right there. And unfortunately, there's just nothing I can do about that. Thankfully, the grave digger did pick that up early, so it's not going to run as rampant as I feared, but this guy is probably going to spread it. Because I can't build a hospital until I get Town Hall 2, and I ain't getting Town Hall 2 for a little bit yet. Let's see if they will just deliver to this storage. Because I thought it needed to be near the mill. In fact, I think it will need to be near the mill, so I think this storage might actually be useless. But it'll be useful when I build more things later anyway. Which, on that note, I may as well put a lumber mill over here because the wood's over here anyway. I can just start moving these lumber mills.
The rightful King Scott the First.
But now we got a little bit of time and a little bit of breathing room, so we can actually start making some headway here. I think on a certain level we're in a better position than we were last time, but it's mixed. I do really feel like this doesn't need to be its own tab with the fact that there's only the 4 things at the bottom here. Like, some of the tab layout in here is a little odd. Like, you probably could have, in some ways, truncated this and fit this in there or something. But yeah, as expected, we are starving for lumber. That's gonna be our biggest holdback right now, and that's gonna be what's gonna cause disease to run rampant. Especially since people are dropping dead from the disease too, apparently. Oh, I hate it here. Why does this have to be the way this is playing out right now? And before anybody says, it's like, well, you designed it this way, it's like, well, I didn't exactly have much choice with how that ended up playing out. I kind of got the short end of the stick at the end there.
The rightful King Scott
Moving.
to me.
And look, more corpses that need to be cleaned up now. Yay! Quite literally just the worst place for somebody to have died, and now everything is getting screwed because of it. At this rate, I may as well just, like, go crazy with the lumber mills. I feel like I might just have to. Like, I keep trying to save worker space for more things, and I keep operating under the erroneous assumption that lumber mills cost resources to make. Because usually they do. In this game, they don't, and that's been throwing me on the resource game the whole time. Because it's kind of wacky that they don't cost anything. Speaking of things that don't cost anything other than workers, put another berry picker up there. Like, there is wood on this map, it just wasn't all next to me this time. This lumber mill's pointless to have, though. Get rid of it. Just move it over here to the cluster that's near this storage. Which, honestly, better to get this stone mine in sooner rather than later, or I'm going to end up blocking that spot with something. And we can't make better storages right now, so I'll just put the second storage there, because that is going to run out of space rapidly if these lumber mills actually start kicking in the way I hope they will. Especially doubly so with this here. But we're getting there. Everything is getting under control. I'm not sure whether I'm more on the back foot or not this time. I feel mixed on that. And I know I just brought that up a moment ago, but that's where my head's at right now. Would a second barracks be worth anything? No, not really. It would allow me to make troops faster, but number of troops hasn't been the problem. I'm hoping that the lumber mill cluster will be advantageous. This is already more lumber mills than I had at the end last time. So that's potentially a thing that will work out for us. Because it even tells you the values on lumber mills, like 15 seconds for 6 wood from 1 tree. So each lumber mill is generating 12 wood every 15 seconds because there's 2 workers per lumber mill. And these are calculations I really should have sat down and done sooner. And yeah, see, this is already full. This is why I made sure to put a second one. There we go. Town Hall 2. We need that in order to do more significant things here. And we have the time to do it, so now is the moment to make that happen. Once we have Town Hall 2 up, we can upgrade our resource generation, start getting resources under control. Okay. And the corpse problem is getting under control. Worst case, the people that are diseased will die, their corpses will be put away, and hopefully it will work itself out. Because you'll notice the Gravekeeper, for example, survived the disease, so maybe worrying about a hospital was actually foolish. Even though it keeps the population stable. Couldn't put a granary over by these fishing huts as well, especially since there's the berry picker there. Help stabilize the food situation a bit. Why are you like this? Like, there's no way I can have troops in all places to avoid this thing happening. This is exactly what I expected. Is if I sent the whole force over, they were gonna drop these guys on me again too. Every time things start to look like they're starting to go better, random bullshit occurs. Yep, and now the dead are rising, which that's actually a positive because it gets rid of these corpses. Like, the only play I have in terms of stopping this kind of thing from happening would be to have a scattering of guys on all sides. And that's just asking for those individual troops to be killed. Because pound for pound, our troops are just not strong enough to defend a side on their own. We have no iron here, do we? Well, piss. That's gonna be an issue. Well, we'll worry about that in a minute. Here soon, I'll send Scotty Boy to go find me an iron deposit. But for now, I've got other issues to worry about. The issue is, without iron, I can't upgrade my builders' huts, I can't upgrade to farms, I can't do a lot of things I need to do. Okay. Oh, for God's sake. Die. Why is a standard bearer just charging up here by himself? Okay, there's iron here. Oh, that's why. I think we have a problem. Oh, what do I do about that? Is basically the only counterplay I have to that is to move where all my forestry is. And, don't know if you noticed, but there's an enemy camp in that forest over there, too. That leaves this, which may or may not have an enemy camp sitting in it, too. This spawn sucks so much. All of you, go work over there. I don't care if it's less efficient. It means less random enemies raining on my head. And that's where that knight came from, too, because he was over there with his friends. Did I or did I not just tell all of you not to work over there anymore? I guess they finish whatever work order they're on when they go out, and then they change. This lot's gonna give me a heart failure one of these days, I swear. So I need to find a different place where there's iron, though, because that is definitely going to be an issue with them.
It's called the first.
How about this? Does this have an enemy camp near it? I know the random walkers show up here pretty often, but I'm hoping that they'll just walk past it and not notice it. This is going to be horrifically inefficient as well, but it'll be what it'll be. That's my only play for making any headway on iron without attracting more trouble. The other option would be like build a tower and wall set over here. As it stands, that camp's going to be an issue one way or the other. As soon as we start expanding out any further, we're going to have a problem with them. So I guess I'm going to have to just do something about that problem. Either way. It's just an uncomfortable situation to be needing to deal with them right now. Yeah, actually, once those archers are done, I'm going to get a Barracks 2 up and running now.
Research complete.
As we can, so I'm going to.
Hey. Okay.
Righto.
Which, that Barracks 2 is, I think, earlier than last time? Because weren't we in the 10s for waves when I built the upgrade last time? Keeping track of that really doesn't matter in the long run, admittedly. You know... No, that isn't how that was working, right? Right? I was just thinking, it's like the random attacks from the sets of 4 and such, was that because of where my infrastructure was too?
They are attacking our citizens.
What? Oh, there's a catapult out there. If there's a catapult out there, that means they have another camp over there too. Why am I finding all the camps this time? You know what? Attracting the ire of a catapult, though, that's fine. I'm gonna have to let that be for the moment. Until we can do something about... Oh, well, that's convenient, at least. This is... Is it convenient, though? It might be convenient because they might come through down here, or it'll be awful because they'll come through up here. And I can't go scout out over there because we've already learned there's a catapult over there. Which means there's more than likely a camp, like, right here. This is such an awkward position. And I can't completely wall this off, otherwise we don't get lumber anymore. Short of turning them around and going all the way over here instead. Which we could tear down our lumber production and rebuild it over here. That is a thing I could do. But we'd have to watch out for those guys. How did they manage to build all these camps so close without us knowing? Like, that's a whole other question. I mean, sure, the king was sitting there drinking himself to death. But I'm sure somebody was out there doing literally any work, right? They would have to have been. At the very least, you'd think they would have encountered Scott's ragged army on its way home. Okay.
What now?
Managed to keep that man alive. Judging from how high that helmet skull is, I really do think they're going to be coming in up here, and I hate that for me. It's going to interfere with so much of my infrastructure. And we're just going to have to do that. The good news is I'll have time no matter which side they hit to get people in position. The awkward one out of that line of thought is going to be the catapult. Getting it in position to fire upon whichever side they come in from. So I'm going to have it kind of just like parked in the middle here. This way it can easily roll down there if it absolutely has to. Though our catapult drivers are drunk, but, you know, that just is what it is. At the rate things are going, I understand why they would want to be drinking. But I can start getting axemen with the spare stone we have. And that should make a difference? Fingers crossed, question mark? Hope for the best? You guys get on out of the castle at this point. I'm gonna need you out in the field. I'm gonna station them on this wall. There's also a reality in which they come from both ends because they end up getting into a weird split because of rock formations out this way. I mean, I can't afford an actual tower. I should probably just put an actual tower for them to hide in.
Our people are under attack.
Oh, that's where the catapults are. Okay. Good to know. Goodbye, citizens. Enjoy Boulder. The bold new taste of Boulder in the face. It'll quench your thirst permanently. I'm gonna start preparing infrastructure on this side, because we are gonna get diminishing returns on our lumber just because of the casualties trying to get lumber over there.
Our people are under attack.
They're also running out of wood they can get over there anyway, so actually this kind of works out in our favor. You guys are gonna have a long walk to do at the moment, but just do it for the time being. I can't be paying attention to you while I'm dealing with the other problems.
Let's get to it. They are attacking our citizens.
I'm just gonna watch where that skull is going and act accordingly. If it breaks left off of this path, I move everything up here. If it keeps on its current bearing, I need to get everybody down here. Which means building that stone tower was actually pointless. Just at the moment. It's keeping on its heading. Okay.
Oh yeah. Huh? Oh yeah.
All ashore who's going ashore. Sink or swim time. Yeah, that's actually pretty much the perfect spot for that catapult. Built in our current positioning. Get in the tower, you idiots. Yeah, they got their own big dudes and everything. This is gonna be a bad fight, but I'm gonna have to send them in, because that wall's not gonna last.
The rightful king's consort.
I'm just gonna have to let casualties be casualties here. It's not gonna be good, it's gonna be ugly, but I'm hoping they'll cut down enough of them. Yep, that's exactly the thing I was trying to avoid, them pouring right through the wall because it was just made out of wood. I think I've split my usage incorrectly again. And I have no population to spend to bring fresh troops in. I think we lose. Somehow they just ran roughshod right through. Well, no somehow about it. I already answered my own question. I didn't have stone walls up this time. Wood was not enough. But I was too indecisive about which side I was putting the walls on. Our army might be able to pull some of this together, but it's not likely. You guys, though, definitely need to get out of there or you're going to die a miserable death. Get to the castle. Our infrastructure is going to be devastated by this. Catapult, you need to get out of there too. Boogie. Now the catapult's fucked. I was too slow on that reaction. Yeah, it's gonna be down to Scott and Fordor over here to do anything. And this is the problem, though. They're gonna destroy our entire population cap and everything. We can spawn some more units while we have the population still, though. Hopefully with it spent, I don't lose them in the queue.
They are attacking our buildings.
No, they're not disappearing from the queue, so it might work. I don't think they're gonna make enough of a difference, but it might buy us hope of staying in this. Get in there, boys.
Our fortifications are under attack.
I just don't know if staying in this is gonna do anything for us, is the awkward part of that. This is more just proving that I can and pull this back more than anything. Gotta say though, I'm very glad I built the iron mine that we were allowed to keep for a while. I was running Scott down because I thought the iron miners were running away from danger. Get out of there, 4-door. You're too important. You're actually making very big differences when you're around. Why is that attacking? Did I agitate that catapult enough that it's attacking? Oh no. No, they are... The catapult... Oh right. The catapult was part of the wave last time, and they just actually happened to send it and one guy pretty much around this side. Still, we salvaged it. We have a very big problem, though. We need to go steal some wood in order to get this base functional again. Because we can't build houses without wood. I could build a fountain and get one more population out of the town hall that way.
The right holdings called the first.
Our food supply is destroyed. Our population is destroyed. Actually, our food supply is okay, because the granary survived. And while we have no population, we actually don't have much of a food consumption at all. So there's that. Okay, Scott, you're gonna have to do something stupid to get us back in this. I'm gonna steal your wood. I'm gonna run for my fucking life. Yeehaw! Mine. Oh, there's 2 knights in there, though. I need to lead the knights just far enough away that the rest of the troops give up and then lead them to my spearmen. Wait. Why did the 40 wood not appear? Did it... Are we just stuck? Is even doing that not working? What do you mean, not enough wood to produce the resource? What does that mean? Oh, this uses wood? Oh, yeah. Well, how about you just stop that for now? Just put that on hold so you don't burn all of the wood. Oh no. Oh, and auto repair is eating the rest of the wood. That's where it all was going. There ain't no way I'm pulling this back, but goddammit, I'm still gonna try. Considering in a good situation we haven't been able to hold this together, I don't anticipate this working out. I can't click on 4-door because he's in the pile. Get out of there, you. Okay. We managed to keep big guy alive. Well, there's one thing we can do. And that's... What? Oh. Because it's en masse, I have to hold it, right? Is these fragments of walls aren't going to do us any good if we have no means of getting this ball rolling again anyway. So, get rid of those. Like, realistically, we are 110% SOL here. Let's go see if the other camp has wood. It at least has one less catapult already. It does have wood. Get the wood! That wood's gonna be mine and you can't stop me! Yoink! And away! Don't get stuck, Scott, run! Oh, there's so many knights on his tail. And we're already in a fight because those guys showed up there, huh? Okay. Keep running, Scott. Four-door, don't get involved here. Let the spearmen do their job. Spear wall! I can't believe I got away with doing that. God damn it, these downtrodden revolutionaries still have a chance. It's not much of a chance. A snowball has a better chance in hell right now, but god damn it, I'm gonna try. There's more wood to steal over here. Oh, one zombie just making his way downtown.
Lord, our troops are under attack.
Just distract them, Scott. Just run them in circles because they're not very smart. That's the other big gameplay advantage we have, is they're thankfully mindless fools who will just pursue Scott to the ends of the earth as long as they can see him. There we go.
My orders.
We are actually in the positives for population again. There is hope. It is not much hope, as I discussed before, but there is once again the flame of hope. The flame of hope may or may not be my own brain cooking itself trying to pull this back together, but you know what? I'm doing something here. Will Scott survive stealing this wood? Run! Nope. I fucked up my pathing on that one, but we weren't gonna win that anyway, let's be real. That was the best play I had to try to turn that tide back in our favor, was to steal enough wood to get enough of houses and infrastructure back together again. What I should have done though was click past the wood so he kept momentum, but I fucked up my clicking and he went the wrong way. That'll do it for today though. I think I bit off more than I could chew taking this on. What I should have done was probably lower it to walk in a park for this second attempt of it. But this is a fun game though. This is a very well made, a very fun city builder. So if you enjoy things like Cataclysmo and They Are Billions and things like that, maybe go on the side of royalty your first go around though, unlike me. And be sure to check this game out though. Let the flame of revolution burn, but maybe in a better hand than mine. I'm gonna go ahead and find us somewhere else to be because I just don't have the energy to really keep trying at this too long today. And I don't think it's that good a showcase of this to show you guys me bashing my head against a wall. Though, actually, before I send this off, though, I do want to show you a couple things. There is this entire challenge mode with multiple challenges in each set. Like, these are easy challenges, of course. fend off a bunch of peasants, fend off a different set of peasants, but only using magic, it looks like, or at least primarily magic. So actually, you know what? Let's take a look at a couple of these before I run away. Let's actually do a thing here. Because some of these will probably be pretty quick. I'm especially curious about this 3 waves of I'm a mage, I don't need an army. This way you guys get a little bit more of a taste of what else is in here. Because some of the challenge mode, I think, is in the current early access version already. Okay, so what do we got? We got a lot of soul crystals. We've got a good amount of resources. We can still make a barracks and everything. They didn't disallow that being done, but we don't have much time. And this is a very small map. So I think I see what they intend for me to do. Well, I'm not 100% sure if this is what they intend me to do, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a couple houses down and with a fountain. This way we get some population, spam out some lumber mills to keep the wood rolling. We'll build a temporary, like, box wall around ourselves for this first charge. As soon as I know where they're coming from. That way, okay. And it is just peasants, so they shouldn't get through a stone wall too quickly. So I'll have time to spam some spells out at them. But I do feel like some infrastructure is still going to be necessary, even as a great wizard spamming magic everywhere. So we might be able to just chuck one meteor at the peasant mob that's coming and they just explode. I kind of hope that that's how that happens, because that'll be really fun. That will definitely make me feel better after how things have been going with the revolution. And there's our second spam bot of the day. Shot down where they stand. Okay, this is gonna be our biggest problem, though, is we have no builders to build things. Aside from what's in the castle. The great obelisk. Yeah, and that's gonna be the thing that's gonna hold us back from putting any lumber mills down to get resources started, is the fact that we have no workers other than the 2 people that come with the castle. Oh, something else I should note while we're here and fiddling about with this last challenge before ending. Saturday's game is going to be different. We're going to be doing another Lethal Company session because a couple of the normal 7 Days to Die players are not going to be able to make it. And especially if we're going to be doing a big move, it makes sense to have all of the bodies on hand, and I also don't want people getting too far behind. So we're just going to be doing a filler day on Saturday. I'll mention that again when we're getting ready to actually send off when I do the whole schedule. But I wanted to make sure that was noted now. Just in case I forget when it comes time for that. I only found out about the rest of that today. One of which I knew ahead of time because they've got another obligation that's gonna keep them from being a part of next week as well. But that's all fine, water under the bridge, we've all discussed things, etc. People have their other business to tend to, after all. Yeah, we'll at least have enough of a wall to buy myself enough time to analyze my opponent before expending resources. Like, obviously I could just summon a bunch of knights in place of building anything. But this should do the job just fine. Like, part of what I'm assuming the intent is you just actually just build more or less a wizard tower to defend yourself in, and just hurl magic with impunity. Really depends on how much they're sending per wave. Because if it's like screen full of peasants, that might be a problem, even with our meteors and such. There's a few. There's quite a few. Meteor! If I just waited a second or two longer, though, I could have saved some resources. Boom! I did blow up the wall, though. A little bit of collateral damage there. Learning how these work. It does say everything in the epicenter gets 800 damage. But that was satisfying. If you want to feel like an angry god instead of the panicked lord sitting in a castle, here's your option. And they are coming again right now. So it's probably going to come down to just yeeting meteors then. But since they're coming from that side, let's put some lumber mills down and hope I can actually get some resources rolling. There is no stone, so a stone wall's gonna be out of the question for these waves. The problem is they have so much tree cover, is why I kind of want something between me and them, just so I get a chance to see my opposition ahead of time. Yeah, I ain't gonna be able to make a meaningful wall there. And with only the 2 builders, I don't even think they're gonna get those lumber mills built in time to get meaningful wood ready to go. I might just have to, like, chuck meteors into the forest just to get visibility. I may as well speed up time. There's nothing I'm gonna be able to do right now. Something else I should have been doing more often, probably, is speeding up time. And I could rip these walls down and rebuild them, arguably, but eh. What does a wizard need with resources and walls? The answer, a lot, actually, but that's neither here nor there. Even wizards need resources. Just like a little distraction wall in either direction. If nothing else, those little distraction walls will give us vision. Which actually, the smarter man would have probably put down a watchtower to get vision on that note. Here they come! Oh yeah, the next wave is the immediate next day, so resource management was never going to be an option in this anyway. Meteor! 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 Oh wow, there's a lot of them. Yeah, that's why I wanted vision, is I had a feeling casting visibility issues were gonna be a thing here. There were so many of them coming, though. Also, be advised, look at the mini-map a moment. They are not gonna be done with me anytime soon. I see why they gave so many crystals now, though. They expect you to just be chucking meteors. Here's as expected. Let them pile up on the screen. There's 1 or 2 guys that are surviving, though. Bug lamp. Magnifying glass. There we go. But we did it. We survived up until the 3rd wave now. And yeah, I think that might be the play, is just some watchtowers to give me vision. Just so we can attack from further out with our magic instead of trying to get anything else much done. It's like, we can actually get builders' huts and such built, but I don't think they're going to be built in time. But this way we can actually cast our magic more than a foot away from the castle, which will buy us time to be able to, like, control the wave a little bit more. Looks like our builders are going to get all those watchtowers in place in time, too, so good work on them. We're not going to need these builders' huts at this point, though, because they're not going to have anything to build because it's going to be over after this wave, win or lose. May as well just have them do this. Just build whatever wallage they can.
The enemy are preparing their final assault.
This will also be a great test of if the frames start dying with this many enemies on screen, especially once the physics starts coming into play on them.
Our fortifications are under attack. They are attacking our citizens. The city is under attack.
Credit to them, the frame rate's holding up just fine.
The walls.
So they made a pretty good engine here that it can hold up to me doing this and fighting this many enemies.
They are attacking the walls.
Spam!
They are attacking.
Oh, there went the obelisk. We're hosed, probably. Ah! Summon the army! Who will win? Hundreds of Dark Knights or an endless horde of peasants?
Our troops are under attack.
This actually would probably be the more effective way to do this, rather than meteors everywhere, is just summon an incalculable number of Dark Knights.
Our troops are under attack.
They're holding the tide really well. It's actually impressive. You guys, get in there. Get in there. I'm not out of Dark Knights yet. I'm just stopping for the moment. I don't think the Dark Knights are going to be able to hold completely, though. Just because I don't know when this pylon ends. But I figure throwing pockets of them into the enemy army will help stem the tide and let the front hold a little better. The biggest issue, though, is the second they get through all these Dark Knights, it's over.
Our units are in combat.
And it's over. Because look at them just getting pressed back bit by bit. If I had turned the speed back down to a reasonable level a little quicker, we probably would have been okay, but I let it ride a little too hard.
Our fortifications are under attack.
At this point, there's no point in having the time slowed down at all, though. There we go. Look at them, just like a horde of angry ants. We almost survived that, though. I think if I had spent the resources a little more efficiently and actually, like, had more sensible stone walling as well, without blowing a hole in my own stone wall, we probably would have made it through that just fine. But yeah, you've got a couple peasant fights here. You've got actual, like, settlement missions here where you have quantity of enemies to deal with, including a royal army one. Huge battles where it's just one wave against your army. How would you like an indescribable amount of Scott the Bloody attacking you? Waves of undead. You can't use anything other than wood. Massive wave, but stupid amounts of resources. special all undead enemies looks like. Another whole all undead section here. Like, there's so much packed into this game. I do really recommend it if you like this type of game. And its current price point is still at $24.99, but when 1.0 comes, it will go up in price. So if you're intending to get it, I do highly recommend getting it now. So for anybody that might have missed the link, there it is one more time. And that will be that at this point, however. So, let me go find us somewhere to go. And while I'm finding us an exit, unfortunately the music disappears every time I click out, so that's kind of just going to be what it'll be. But schedule for the week, as I discussed already, Saturday is going to be a little different. It'll be another Lethal Company lobby. Tomorrow, I'm not 100% sure what I'm going to do, but I will be starting with one more Lurkit game. This one will only be a demo, however. It will be Mark of the Deep, because I got the chance to cover that demo. Turns out the demo was already openly available by the time I got mine, but that's fine. I'm still doing it anyway. Because it was a game that I wanted to cover regardless. Monday, I'm going to take a look through the Humble Summer Sale that has started, and I'm going to see if I can pick up anything neat in there. Otherwise, I will probably do another dive back into my memories of the PS2 and dig us out another interesting little adventure in there. No matter how well or not that's going to play out. Considering the way the end of Evergrace went. I don't think I'm going to dive into Forever Kingdom yet. I'm probably going to let the salt towards Evergrace cool a little bit before I do Forever Kingdom, if I even do it. Because there's still up in the air if I'm going to cover that at all. But I think that brings you all up to date on what the current intentions are. Yeah, I think that covers all of that, so just give me another moment to pick as a raid target. And I once again do appreciate everyone's patience, both with how the latter bits of the gameplay started going and me making decisions here. A lot of people doing Final Fantasy XIV, but that's not really my jam. We just raided Char last time, I think. We raided Lucia recently. Okay, I'm gonna bring it down to those two, and the coin will decide from there where we go. Alright, that's that then. Kind of surprised she still hasn't finished playing that game, but then again, she's had a few things come up, so to a degree that makes sense. Oh, I have rated her in the last 30 days? It's fine. Anyway, we'll go see Kimmy, who's doing Oracle of Seasons. If you do not remember that, that's one of the Game Boy Legend of Zelda games. And Kimmy's good people, so we will always go support Kimmy when it makes sense to do so. We already discussed schedule, so I'm not going to go back over that again, but I do want to once again say thank you to everyone for your time. Hopefully you enjoyed this game, no matter how it went, and I will see you all one way or the other tomorrow. Have a good night, everybody, and be good to Kimmy. I'll see you next time.